Check. Check.
Good evening. Good evening. Welcome to the Public Works Committee agenda. It is Thursday, March 14, 2024. Going to call the meeting to an order through the clerk. Can you please take the roll call?
Councilwoman Mazzulli,
Present.
Councilman Ferry,
Present.
Councilman Donegan, Councilman Campiano,
Present.
Councilman Wall,
Here.
Councilwoman Jermaine,
Present.
Council Vice President Vargas,
Present.
Council President Marino.
Present.
Thank you. Next order of business is the approval of minutes. The approval of minutes of the February 15, 2024 regular meeting. Is there a motion to approve?
Motion to approve.
Any discussion? Seeing none, to the clerk, can you please take the roll?
Councilwoman Mazzulli,
Yes.
Councilman Ferry,
Yes.
Councilman Donegan, Councilman Campiano,
Yes.
Councilman Wall,
Yes.
Councilwoman Jermaine,
Yes.
Council Vice President Vargas,
Yes.
Council President Marino.
Yes.
Thank you. Next order of business, committee business matters carried over. The first item is under Councilwoman Renzulli. It's continued from January in the February meeting. It is regarding the Western Industrial Complex. Update from the city of their, should I have to read the thing? No? Okay, perfect. Councilwoman Renzulli, you have the floor.
Thank you, Vice President Vargas. I did receive a call today from the city solicitor. I don't know if anyone here present from the administration wants to give this update or not. I was going to get an email, or I was supposed to get an email pretty much summing this up that I don't think I received, but as far as this, there's nothing in planning for this. There's been no further complaints about noise for work on this property. So I think this is okay to take off going forward. I just know that this is kind of a sensitive area. There was no real enforcement of the noise ordinance at the time when the residents called the police, they said, and that's what brought this forward. But if there's nothing at planning, then we have no real jurisdiction over this property. And we could just take it off until we know anything more. But if the administration has anything further, that's fine.
Good evening. Director, go right for it.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Just as a little update, which is not an update, that we're not aware of any building permits in process or applied for. So kind of to add to what you said, so there's nothing in the on deck at this point. So I think possibly what has been developed in terms of the land, I think that's it at this point in time.
Okay, thank you, Director. If you do hear something coming through the pipeline and could kind of give us a heads up, I think that would, save a lot of problems going forward. Thank you.
Anything else on this item? Any discussion at all from? All right, perfect. Thank you. On to the next item, Councilwoman Jermaine. I believe you have an item as well. Continue from January and February. Floor is all yours.
Was there, thank you, Madam Chair. This item was there for the past 2 months, but I did have an answer, so for the January, and I did talk to many people that report that has been their progress. So I will remove that. We don't need to discuss it for today. But in the future, I will appreciate there still be progress in all the roads are plow on time and send it on time, because what was happening in January, so fortunately in February, there was really improvement. So I don't need to discuss it tonight.
Great. Thank you. Next item is the public comment. Is there anyone here in the council chamber who wishes to speak on docketed matters only? Yep. Good evening. Oh, good evening, sir. If you can please give us your, oh, there we go.
Thank you.
Perfect. Your name and address.
My name is Martin Madden. I live on 131 Fortson Avenue, Riverview Terrace condos, and I've only been there since 2006. And I grew up in Cranston, just to give you a little background. I'm also a Yankee fan, so we got a good guy there. And I'm concerned about the flooding. I used to be on the flood committee and that was disbanded. No reason ever told. We were told back then that there's a plan or something in the city to build the wall. I like to see that because I know in my lifetime I'll never see a wall built to prevent the flooding. So I don't know if there's anything anybody here can find and show it to us. And if it is there, I'd like to get rid of it if that's possible, because again, the reality. The other thing is a question, and I don't know if this is the proper place. If you see sometimes in the highway, they have these rolls to help prevent erosion and stuff like that. Would the city at all be willing to purchase that and put it in at the edge of our property? You know, again, trying to look for things to prevent the flooding. I mean, if it happens next week, next year, 20 years, who knows? You know, but the city did help us one time in the cleanup. We still had to hire people to finish it. It was just so much stuff, you know. A lot of people have moved out. A lot of people, some people put up their units for sale. I understand that, you know. But my kids would like me to move, but I'm not, you know, so, and, but I don't know if there's anything at all that can be done, you know, again, you know, Dante and I are both on the board. He's the secretary and I'm the president. But again, any help at all would be greatly appreciated. And again, anybody can find those plans to build a wall. I would love to see it. And if it is, I'd like to find a way to get rid of it because I don't think it will ever happen.
Thank you, sir. You may know this, and if not, we can't engage in conversations going back and forth, but all of the information that you've just shared, we'll definitely take that in. And if any of the council members have any questions or concerns on that, we can certainly reach out to you, or feel free to reach out to us actually as well. Thank you.
I need a chair. I'm Dante Marinaro, 132, Unit 3. Oh, I didn't reach it.
Can you make maybe bring the mic a little down, closer to you? Yep.
Now? I feel I'm gonna swallow this thing. I am Dante Marinaro, Marinaro. 132, Unit 3. Also, I am I'm not an actual resident of the Riverview Terrace. My daughter resides in there, but you guys already saw me a couple of times here talking about the flood in January 10. Something that I forgot to mention last time at the town council meeting, besides the fact that we have about a dozen families that have been displaced, is the fact that people still paying for electrical and fees to the association without actually living in the unit. We also have some of the residents that are pretty much jumping the gun and rebuilding the unit because they are running out of money to pretty much live in a hotel or somewhere else. One of our board members is basically paying about $700 a week to live in a hotel. So he's looking to obviously start reconstruction of the unit. And this is unfortunately the reason why people is doing this is that we haven't received any final response from either the city or the state regarding the disaster declaration, even if it's gonna be a disaster declaration. The thing that amazes me the most is that I didn't remember the September flooding, and then it came to me. And I know for a fact that the September flooding wasn't an actual flooding. The September flooding was the lack of maintenance on a lot of those catch basins. Happened in Tarbes Avenue, happened around town, I guess. The director of DPW pretty much said it in a couple times that drainage was the problem. Somehow that was declared a disaster. Our flooding, we had two, I believe we mentioned this, December, somewhere around the 18th, right? Before Christmas, just a week before Christmas. We had a flood that it was not as bad to the unit, but it was bad enough for the complex. Gas was shut off, electric was shut off, everybody was evacuated. We spent probably a couple of days out of there. We spent some time and some money repairing the gas. January 10 was different. January 10 was a day like this. I mentioned this before, no rain, no nothing. In a couple hours, the whole parking lot was flooded and the unit started getting water. By 10 o'clock, apparently reached about 12 to 16 inches. We're still waiting for any results, like I said before, from either the state or the city. The city did some sort of, I know Major Hopkins got everybody, almost every agency in the state at the senior center. Everybody got a bunch of brochures, and I haven't heard back from any. And I remember seeing Councilwoman Renzulli on that place, and Lieutenant Mato was there, and then again, we are still waiting. I would like to, and I said this before, we need some help, and we do not just need talk, we need action. We need to do something. People is not losing only the patient, is losing money, is losing property, and actually the whole condominium, it looks like a desert town because just a few from the second and third floor are still there. The first floor, I already showed you the picture. You guys have it. Never mind, that is a completely open tunnel, except for the thing. So I very appreciate anything that you guys can do. There isn't much that we can do without money. Loans, not at the rates that we can get. SBA won't do nothing, and we are still waiting for FEMA. That's all I can say right now. Oh, by the way, I want to mention the fact that I will say in January, December, January, the electric bill was $50. January, February was $200. Some people pay $300 because the remediation company had all the fence running into the unit probably for a good week. And you know what those fences are for. So keep putting up on the checking account. We have an assessment of $2,800 for every owner to cover the deductible of the insurance, which is $25,000 a unit. Unit means building, plus the gas repair. We are pretty much on the rate of $130,000 to $120,000. Some people cannot even pay that assessment. Some people is even owing fees because all of a sudden in December lost their job, whatever. Not everybody can. The fact that we might be able to do it doesn't mean that everybody can. So there you have it. And I hope that you guys can help somehow, even to push one way or another this situation to be resolved. What my friend Marty is mentioning are those roads that are usually used for construction, where down the hill they control the erosion and some sort of a terrace type of things. And we hope that with that, water can be retained a little bit. And with that said, I want to bring the fact that not even sandbags were given to the association on this storm. The ones I got it because I brought it myself, and I went to the Department of Public Works and got it some. That's all I can say. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Is there anyone here in the council chamber that would like to speak on docketed items before we turn it over to the Zoom? Oh, okay. Thank you. Moving on to the Zoom. Tom, is there anyone on Zoom with their hands up that wishes to speak on docketed items only?
There is no public comment.
Thank you. And just a reminder, if there is anyone, I see someone that is on their telephone in the event that they wish to speak, is it *7? Sorry, *9. You can press *9 and your hand will go up. I am closing public comment. I'm moving on to the next item. It's the new matters before the committee. Council President Marino, you have 2 items under your name. Floor is all yours.
Thank you, Council Vice President Vargas. This evening, first up, I have the, just an update from the administration regarding the city's participation in the Community Septic Loan Program through the Rhode Island Infrastructure Bank.
The Infrastructure Bank Board approved Cranston's application for the septic loan program at the end of, at the end of February. Just a few days ago, we received a draft commitment letter from RIIB, for which the city is executed, sent back, basically a letter of intent. In the format, it wasn't exactly called letter of intent, but that was the purpose of it. So now the next step is Infrastructure Bank's going to be drafting a loan agreement to pass along to the city, which we will anticipate executing. But that would initiate the $500,000 amount to be available under this program.
What's the time frame?
They didn't give us that, but I know they're moving things along. Frankly, I got tied up today. I wanted to call them up and I
Okay.
didn't get that opportunity. If I hear anything, I'm happy to share it.
From my conversations that I've had, the DEM certification was given back to the city on August 9th of 2023. That's when we received it. And it was the Infrastructure Bank received it recently from the city, and they voted on it then in February and they approved of it. And my understanding is that we as the city are to be working with the bank, which is, I believe, through Rhode Island Housing, through the Infrastructure Bank. We have legal counsel. The bank has legal counsel to determine the terms of the loan agreement that we will then put into place. That's my understanding of how this is supposed to work.
That is correct. And the terms that we've seen so far are consistent with what has been shared previously, and I believe actually incorporated as part of the council resolution. So everything appears to be consistent with what has been previously expressed.
And I know that there is a lot of interest from, I mean, I don't want to, let me define a lot. There are several people that have reached out about interest in availing themselves of this loan program. Whether or not the time has now passed for them to do that because of the delay, I don't know, but I'm sure there will be more people that will line up. So the sooner we do it, the better. We're all in agreement, but just to make sure this doesn't fall through the cracks, like I said, I'll just keep it on track until it's ready to roll on the city's website. And one thing I will say, for whatever it's worth, once the loan agreement terms are reached out, which shouldn't take that long. It doesn't typically with the cities and towns either who have done this. In terms of adding it to the website should be a simple task to make it the application accessible to residents. Yep. Thanks.
Council President, to your
Yeah.
point, I think what you're saying is very important to get
Yeah.
word out. So
Yeah.
correct, to keep it on the burner would be the best thing,
Yeah.
because we should be ready to roll with this in a short period of time, though we don't have the specific time
Yeah.
right now.
Okay, thank you. The next item up is relative to the flooding events.
Council President, I'm sorry, I
Go
just
ahead.
want to piggyback onto what you just said, because obviously getting the word out to the public is definitely instrumental. And I know you've been doing a lot of work on your end and kind of nudging the administration because we want to make sure that this gets done. To piggyback on the communication, is there press release? Is there anything like what, I'm just trying to figure out, other than the website, what would be the other avenues? And maybe if all the answers are not here today, maybe just particularly working, I guess, maybe with the council president, whoever, the administration itself, making sure that the word gets out efficiently and as soon as possible. But I think that's important to have that marketing piece out there. So like, is that, like, what would be the plan for that?
Yeah, we're thinking the exact same. Do I have the exact plan? But certainly there will be a press release, website, whatever, we logically can do, you know, council members, so on and so forth. I think it's best to get this loan agreement in place just to make sure that the i's are dotted and t's crossed. But again, that should be very soon, and happy to collaborate, with everybody. It's a great program for the entire city.
Okay.
Great, thank you. My apologies, Council President, go right ahead.
No, you're good. And by chance, Director Moretti, do you know who's the legal counsel doing this on behalf of the city? Are we doing
In
it?
terms of the loan, Mr. Zadelis is working with, David Ferrara.
Right, thank you. Next up is the continuing item of the floods. Discussion on that relative to the September floods and the subsequent flooding that's occurred. I'm just wondering if the administration has any update relative to funding, declaration status, and then I can add some things that I've heard. Thanks.
Yeah, from the last meeting, I don't have much more to add, but particularly for the concerns of these gentlemen is a period for which claims having to do to submit to REMA and then along to up the chain to FEMA and ultimately to the president regarding the September storm are closed now. I believe it was March 7th, I believe, which we had published. The folks there at the senior center that day. I mentioned that. So that has, that's been closed in terms of those claims. The claim period is still open for the storms for December and January, but the state is beginning to wrap up that package of all, they submit all the claims, if you will, the damage assessment to be, so REMA is working, Rhode Island Emergency Management is working to wrap that up, to submit to FEMA subsequently, to work its way to get a disaster declaration from the president. I believe that hopefully the folks at the senior center that day explained that, and that you had your damage claims available to those folks. Speaking with Director Pappas of REMA, he did say it does take some time. It could take months. It could take 2 or 3 months as a rough time frame, though he wasn't committing, but it's one of those things, I guess the process doesn't happen overnight. So it will be a little while, but they are in the process of forwarding that to get a requesting a disaster declaration from the president. And as to if this is related, Council President, if I'm going off, correct me. In terms of speaking with all the federal representatives, particularly from the National Resource Conservation Service, it was part of the United States government, USDA. They have no plans to build a wall along the rivers, whether it be the Pocasset or the Patuxent. Their plan, and they're in the final stages of receiving the approvals to begin to offer to take certain properties that have been defined in the flood zone along particularly the Pocasset at first, with funds, grants shared between, I'll say shared between Cranston and Johnston, better said, affecting residents of Cranston and Johnston to be administered through the National Resource Conservation Commission service, I should say. So they will be publicizing that and contacting those residences that would be applicable to the possible purchase and then elimination of those properties to restore it to green properties thereafter. So word is speaking with them that they expect to get moving on that this year, and they're in the supposedly in the final stages of receiving their internal, I'll say federal approvals, then reaching out to the public on that. And we do have some contact information if you need be to like to talk to these people directly. I'll be happy to try to help out anyone who has any particular concerns. But again, we'll help work as a liaison to those agencies.
Thank you, Director Moretti. A couple of questions along those lines in terms of the purchasing of the properties that might be in flood-prone areas. is that idea, that concept exclusively being held with the federal government stepping in and purchasing those properties and entertaining that with those private property owners? Or is an element of that where the federal government is going to give us as a city funding for us to make purchases of flood-prone properties?
Every sign that the administration is directly through the feds. I believe there'll be some agreements with the city once it's restored to, I'll say vacant land, greenfield land to make, I'm sure there's a consideration on behalf of the city not to develop that in the future or allow it. There'll be agreements, but in terms of the direct administration and the buying of these properties, to my understanding, it's to be done by the federal government through various grants that they've obtained through Congress.
And I understand of Chief Ryan is tasked, as every fire chief in the city is, in terms of emergency assistance and tracking it. But do we have a point person within the administration who is organizing and tracking the federal assistance relative to the flooding and the mitigation efforts?
They are, in terms of these house, Chief Ryan is the EMA contact in Cranston, working liaison with Director Pappas and REMA and possibly FEMA. As to these houses, or these properties, to date, the folks there at the Conservation Service has been dealing directly with the mayor and myself.
And before I move on to something else that I want to ask about the mitigation remediation efforts, I did want to mention something that I obtained knowledge of just recently, just this week, and I was unaware of it before even attending the services at the senior center. And maybe it was there, maybe it wasn't, but currently still open is a period for people who would not otherwise qualify for unemployment as a result of the September storm. The period for them to apply for those benefits is still open. So even though they wouldn't normally qualify for unemployment, and this would mean people who are perhaps self-employed or other circumstances, and that application period, I believe, is good for at least another 10 days for people to apply for that too. And then that application is through like the DLT, the unemployment office, and they'll then ascertain whether or not the person will qualify. But it's a little catch basin, excuse the pun, for funding for some people. The other thing that I am concerned about is what we are going to do on a go-forward basis. We have signed up for the Municipal Resiliency Program through the Rhode Island Infrastructure Bank. The premise of that participation is that we would enlist long-term planning for flooding events. That's one of the benefits of it. And given the flooding events that have happened, and as I've said before, that was in the winter, who knows what the spring is going to bear out. And if we're fortunate and the spring doesn't bear out floods, they're clearly going to happen more frequently than they have in the past, because that's just what we're actually seeing. So I just want to be certain that we are taking affirmative steps with a person delegated within the administration to facilitate that, whether it's someone in DPW, I leave it to your determination to do that. But I don't think it's enough for us to just be addressing the storms as they happen, but we need to start planning long-term for how we're going to help mitigate the flooding problems. Because as we've talked about before, it's not limited to just, a drainage in terms of an urban area. It's also happening in rural settings as well.
Through the chair, if I can defer to Director Matus, he can provide let's go with an overview, and if you need more depth to the discussion, he'd be happy to provide more information. But I think it's important to share some of the planning efforts that have already been taking place, and you could shut them off where you need to.
That's great, thanks.
I can run through some steps that DPW has taken with different agencies to start to tackle these ongoing issues. But before I do that, I just want to clarify that planning for solutions for stormwater events is almost impossible, just by the irregularity of what these storms can be, the intensity of them. A lot of the storms that we're seeing that used to be considered 10-year storms are now happening much more frequently than every 10 years. So all of the design criteria is up in the air, I'll say, for lack of a better term. And just to preface that, these are specifically the storms that we saw in September and January are unprecedented and very difficult to engineer, and very expensive to even start to consider. So some tasks that we've done in Public Works, and this predates the recent storms in September and January, is we've created a proactive catch basin cleaning program. That used to be purely reactive. We've been sampling data over a 2-year period to calculate how much sediment is going in each catch basin. That's able to direct us to minimizing our work every year. We know that this catch basin is getting X amount of inches of sediment a year, and we need to have it under that, so we're going there more frequently. That's a proactive approach that we've taken over the last few years. Since the major rain events, we have engaged with a consultant, Fuss and O'Neill, who we are targeting to do some flood mitigation efforts in the Fenner Pond watershed, specifically on Garden Street. We have a conceptual plan designed for that. We are targeting a grant path to use state and federal funds for design and construction. There is a path. There's only one grant that allows you to design things with. That's called the Oscar grant. That's projected to come out in the next month or so. We will use that grant to finalize our design, and then we will go after MRP, the municipal resiliency plan that was mentioned earlier, and that will be utilized for construction. So we are underway with that project. Additional things that we've done, this week, actually, we met on a Zoom meeting with DEM and other agencies around infrastructure bank, SNP, all of them. And they basically laid out the different grants that are available to us and what they can be used for. That was a huge tool for us because, as I mentioned, stormwater is very expensive, and we need these grants to accomplish a lot of these meaningful projects, these capital projects. Speaking of funding, as far as I'm aware, this is the first year that Public Works is going to be submitting in the capital budget a stormwater specific line item. We will be presenting, I don't believe it's made its way to the city council yet, but I think it's coming. There's a line item in there for stormwater studies as well as stormwater construction. That's going to open up some doors to us to be able to get some of these projects off the ground. That's going to be a major change and enhancement to our program in terms of dealing with flood mitigation. We have also coordinated with FEMA and REMA. I submitted for claims and damages and expenses that the city has incurred from the January storm yesterday to FEMA. We're waiting to hear back on if any of that will be reimbursable. So that is ongoing. And we have also reached out to NRCS to do some stream bank restoration along the Pecasset River. There's a couple locations we've identified where the water is quite frequently overspilling the embankment and going onto residential properties. So we've contacted NRCS to give us some guidance and also let us know what their flood plan restoration project that Director Moretti was alluding to before is going to entail. So those are some tangible things that Public Works has done over the past 3-4 months, as well as years in advance of that. Yep, there's other areas that have been identified. I'm sure none of these are going to be surprising to anyone sitting here today. The Dean Estates, there is the Wilbur Ave, there is the Poplar Circle, there's the Garden Street area, which I touched upon. And there are other, I don't want to say smaller, but may not require capital expenses that we have on a list that we are checking and communicating with residents on a daily basis. One thing that I will say, from the September and the January storms, stormwater is in the public eye much more now. So residents are calling our office daily, getting information about drainage, and I see that as a major benefit, as we have now the opportunity to educate these people on what exactly happens when it rains and the challenges that we face to get the water from your street to a river. So that's a benefit that I have noticed in the office as well on a day-to-day basis.
Thank you, Director Mateus. I don't think maybe you meant what you said earlier when you said that it's impossible to address this, or, you know, you used the word impossible, and I believe you said to address the storm water issues that presented themselves in these past storms. I don't think that's what you meant to say.
Impossible is probably not the right word. Extremely challenging might
Okay.
be more accurate.
Because I don't think anybody in this room thinks that all of our flood problems that we're seeing across the city that residents are suffering from are going to be fixed overnight. But one thing everybody in this room knows, that if we don't do anything about it, if we don't plan and try and come up with remedies for these problems, you know, there aren't going to be always short-term fixes, but there are long-term fixes, and resources are available, such as the Municipal Resiliency Program. If we believe that, you know, we're not to, let me just scale that back. I'm sure you would agree, as everybody in this room, that those are actions that we need to take. We may not see immediate relief, that's impossible for some situations, but long-term relief, absolutely. Because it's unacceptable for us to just ignore the problem. We all understand there's going to be costs incurred, both on the private side and the public side, but that's why, to your point, it's of a much bigger prominence nationally and locally for that reason. And the resources are there. And I just want to be sure that we as a city are equipped and are not letting time slip us by and are taking proactive measures even now, so that we are coordinating those plans. Is there someone else besides you in your department that is working towards floodwater mitigation, stormwater mitigation efforts for the city?
Yes,
Okay.
there is, yeah.
Okay. And I will mention here today, part of those efforts, and I'm sure people on your team that are looking to do that recognize that it's important to have discussions with neighboring cities and towns where some of these waterways traverse and impact multiple cities and towns. I think that is one thing that we're seeing too. We can't be looking at solving the problem in isolation too. And so I hope that those conversations are taking place, and I look forward to revisiting this in the future. Thanks.
Up to the chair.
Absolutely.
I don't think I'm stepping out of bounds here. We had a couple of gentlemen come in tonight to speak during public comments about a particular street and area. Are we in any way doing anything about that particular situation at this time? Or are we going to just let them remodel their places, go move back in, and then it gets flooded again, and they're sitting in here a year from now asking us the same question? So is there a plan for that specific property on Fortson?
I believe that plan would fall in with the NRCS. We don't want to do something that the NRCS has a plan to already fix.
So do you think that that building is going to qualify for either it being bought or taken, or you think it's going to qualify for that? And how long would it take for us to find that out?
Yeah, I can't answer that question.
Councilman, that building has been identified as one of the structures in that flood zone that's targeted for funds. Obviously, I can't speak to the amount of funds that they'll be able to cover the purchase of what properties we don't have control of, but it has been identified. As to the river and the city of Cranston fixing the river, I don't think there's plans to do that. I don't think we have the ability to do it, nor do we have the auspices to do that. And that's why the federal government's coming up with a plan to take these properties as the better alternative, unfortunately. because even they don't feel they have the means to develop flood walls along these rivers or other efforts. And they feel that taking the properties, offering to take the properties is the best way, but we'd have to defer to those experts at the federal level.
Is there any chance that they've given you a timeline or like the gentleman mentioned that these people are still paying their condo fees and they're not even able to live in their properties at this time? So is there any kind of a timeline that they've given you to say it's going to take 3 months, 6 months? Because we know how fast the government can work.
No, they have not. They're not giving us that specificity. They haven't rolled out the program yet, so we're waiting to hear. Again, it's a federal program. It's beyond our control, the council's, the mayor's office's control. But with funding from, has been allocated. I know Senator Reed has indicated that, Senator Whitehouse. And now the Natural Resources Service it's in their hands to develop the plan and roll that plan out. Again, we've been told by them that they're receiving their internal approvals the first quarter, maybe spilling obviously possibly the second quarter. But they did say that they'll be publicizing the program. I think the time frame, what I'm gathering, would probably be in the summertime or beyond it. We're not talking, I don't think, next year, but they seem to indicate just later this year once that's completed. But that's all the information we have at this time.
Go ahead.
Thank you. I have a couple questions about the same issue. We know this is, when this storm happened, I did visit the area and spoke to some residents, and those are we just spoke to with. And in terms of actionable action, I would say, what has been done for those who were directly impacted from now? I know we have long-term solution, but what has been done? I would like to have like concrete, what has been done since then for those people who are impacted by the flood? Is that we're waiting, or I think we should do something, I think. What has been done and for them? So I would like to know. Unfortunately, I did not have this information. And I know I spoke at the time of this storm when I went to visit, I spoke to the mayor, and that was at that time he invited me. Unfortunately, I was sick. I could not go to the session where anyone who participated at that session can chime in to educate a resident how to apply or for remedies, relief. Is the process already started, and how many people already receive any relief? So I would like to know that.
The mayor served as a mediator or a facilitator for that workshop that was held, I believe it may have been last month, maybe a number of weeks ago at the senior center, taking in various agencies that may have been able to help these folks. The city of Cranston does not have a budget in order to come in and take care of these residents, perhaps. So the administration is very limited because there's no funding to provide in these instances. However, the mayor has been a facilitator, and there were 6 agencies that were there, resources for the public to attend. Top of my head is Rhode Island Emergency Management, Federal Emergency Management, SBA was actually offering assistance. I know Rhode Island Commerce was there, and there were 2 other agencies. Red Cross was there, I believe. But what we tried to do is facilitate the resources to illuminate those resources that would be available to those folks. So we can say that was done, and anyone obviously calling into the office and dealing with them, we've been dealing with individual residences to help direct them where relief could possibly be applied for.
Is there a point person at the office we can refer to if someone asks for those help?
Yeah, it's the people, the point people taking the calls primarily would be Zeta McCauley and Gina Capuano as in constituent affairs. And then if they if they have any questions, they'll certainly circulate that to other people. And then they have the contacts with these agencies.
Is this communication was published in the website for make people knows and then they can take advantage of that?
I will follow up. I know that was posted back then. I have to see if it's still posted, but I can be happy to check that out.
Thank you.
Councilmember Campopiano.
Thank you, Council Vice President. To the Chair, to the Director. I too, as many of us have been inundated with flooding concerns and problems throughout the city. My concern is with some new developments. I know Pippin Orchard Road was flooded out at least 2 times and had to be blocked off. And now there's what I was told is a major development going in right in the area where it flooded. Is there anybody I can talk to that I can assure the neighbors that this is being addressed? And so going forward, this, I can't say won't happen again because we don't know what is happening, but it was addressed and maybe it won't be as likely.
It seems to me the issues with the Planning Commission. I think that seems, if there's developments going in, I think that's where it's fundamentally discussed and addressed in those public hearings. So if you're talking about those now, in terms of reacting to it, it would be our Public Works Department. But as these developments come up, it certainly starts at the Planning Commission in DBR.
It's just, it's my hope that it's taken more seriously being what's happened lately. So I'll get with the planning department and see if there's something I can find out. Thank you.
Quite sure that would be where the start would be.
Councilwoman Renzulli.
Thank you. I just wanted to illuminate the point that the federal government as a whole moves slow and that ends up trickling down. So I think it should be obvious that if FEMA just, for the September flood emergency now and is distributing those funds, that that was several months ago. So by the time they get to floods that happen in November and December, it's going to be the same thing. It's a pattern. If I've gone on the FEMA website to look up from past storms, and they seem to take several months after the storm actually occurred before they decide whether they're giving out funding. So it's unfortunate, and I wish that we had our own money to do this, but we're not FEMA, we're not the federal government. We have to just wait for them, on their timeline. We're working with them. Thank you.
Thank you. I have a few questions real quickly, and that is related to, obviously on this matter, is did I hear correctly, we hired a consultant to handle some of the work in regards to the design part?
Correct, yeah.
Flooding situation? Okay. Is that consultant that came on board, is that the consultant that was hired in terms of they're assessing not just portions of that city of Cranston where this particular flooding took place, but throughout the entire city where there's been a overwhelming amount of flooding in the city, or is it pockets? Or I'm just trying to get a sense in terms of the consultant that we hired on all of these flooding events. What are they taking into account? How are they assessing?
The consultant that was hired was directed to focus strictly on the Fenner Pond watershed.
Or what was that?
The Fenner Pond watershed.
And that consultant, who is project managing that consultant? Is that you?
Yes,
Okay. And on that project consultant, is the emergency management part of those conversations as well from the city side?
Chief Ryan has
emergency-
not
the
been
chief-
involved in those conversations yet, no.
Okay. And there are some grants that we're going to go after, is my understanding, which is part of the Oscar.
Correct, yep.
Okay. I actually think that was a great piece of legislation that was passed 2 years ago or so. It didn't come with a lot of funding, so I'm glad that there is some funding now available within that. Is that something that we've engaged with not only our finance director, yourself, but also with our grant writer?
I have spoken to the grant writer about this. DPW and the consultant Fuss and O'Neill are going to tackle these grants internally. So we do not need her assistance in getting these grants.
Not yet, or we don't. need
In
any
terms of
assistance?
Oscar, at least, MRP for construction may be a different story. But the plan with the consultant right now is to go after and apply for Oscar ourselves.
Okay, and when did you say the deadline for that is?
It is scheduled to be available next month.
So the starting part of the process is next month.
The application process will start next month.
Okay, that's in April. Okay. Okay, thank you. Thank you for that.
Of course.
So I echo the sentiments, obviously, of Council President with this as well, and this is something that, Council President, I think that we should continue to keep on the agenda for next month, if that's okay by you. Just to continue this
Yeah, great.
conversation, make sure that it doesn't go out of sight. Yeah, okay, great, thank you. So Rose, if you don't mind, to the clerk, sorry, if you don't mind, not continuing, but just making sure that I would say both items that are under Council President's communication, is that okay,
Yeah, I
Council
think that's
President?
great. Thank
Okay,
you.
great. Stay on the agenda for the next Public Works Committee agenda. All right. Does anybody have any further questions or discussion relative to this matter? Okay. Seeing none, is there a motion to adjourn?
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Hi.
Ayes have it. Meeting adjourned. Why don't we take just maybe quick 5 minutes? Is that okay? And we'll start with the Ordinance Committee meeting. Right, good evening. Welcome to the Ordinance Committee meeting. It is Thursday, March 14, 2024. To the clerk, can you please take the roll?
Councilwoman Renzulli,
Present.
Councilman Ferry,
Present.
Councilman Donegan, Councilman Campiano,
Present.
Councilman Wall,
Here.
Councilwoman Jermaine,
Present.
Council Vice President Vargas.
Present.
Council President Marino.
Present.
Thank you. Next order of business is approval of the minutes. Approval of minutes of the February 15, 2024 regular meeting. Is there a motion to approve?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any discussion? Seeing none, to the clerk, can you please take the roll?
Councilwoman Renzulli,
Yes.
Councilman Ferry.
Yes.
Councilman Donegan, Councilman Campiano.
Yes.
Councilman Wall,
Yes.
Councilwoman Jermaine,
Yes.
Council Vice President Vargas,
Yes.
Council President Marino.
Yes.
Thank you. Next item is a committee business matters carried over. The first item is 8-2303. That's ordinance amendment of Title 12, Chapter 08, Section 050 of the City of Cranston Code of Ordinances 2005 entitled Repair of Defective Sidewalks. Generally, this is sponsored by Councilwoman Jermaine. This was continued several times. Councilwoman,
Thank you,
Jermaine?
Madam Vice President Chair. This ordinance was introduced in September and was referred to the meeting in February to give time to the administration because it was asked by some of you here, my colleague, to have a fiscal note for this ordinance, even when I don't believe we need one. But I agree to continue this ordinance to give time for a fiscal note. As I mentioned, at the time I introduced this ordinance, it is simple. It is an ordinance that lifts the burden from the resident who need help the most to have their sidewalk repaired, because already in the book, we have a cost-sharing law that where residents who are eligible to have a cost-sharing can participate. But oftentimes, when residents solicit a contractor, which is very difficult for them from testimony I receive, to have a liable contractor to do the work and then to have the reimbursement from the city. So what I did with the ordinance is just, instead of having the resident to go out there to look for a contractor, sometimes we have the language barrier that make it difficult for them. It's just have the city come, and if they need to repair their sidewalk and they call the city comes and appraise and tell them how much that's gonna cost, and they give their 50%, and the city do the work. So that's, for me, it will be mostly efficient because they know they're gonna use the great materials to do the work, and then it's gonna be uniform for every sidewalk. So you see here, that's some of the pictures that I took in 2022 while I was walking the neighborhood. So those are our sidewalk in Ward 2. Some of them. So we have a lot like this. And as you may see, trees that growing very big in the, look at this one. And you have a city where you need people to be able to walk their dog, to work with their children, with stroller. How can you work with your children, a stroller in that kind of sidewalk? You know, and many people do not have the means to do it, or some of them, when they have the means to do it, but found someone to do it, and then when the city comes to inspect it, to say this is good, and then I can reimburse you, it's a lot of headache. So that's why I proposed the ordinance, and I really hope my colleague can pass this ordinance to really give those who need it the most and make our streets safer for our families, for our people who like to take a walk. Because I have to tell you, while I was walking, I almost broke my leg because I didn't see the uneven. He was like 6, 7 p.m. after walking in the road. I didn't read the uneven sidewalk, and then I bumped to it. So, and it's happened to many residents, hole in the sidewalk. And we have this conversation already. Sometimes we say, we don't want to stay there, but who is responsible for the sidewalk? So at the discussion, we have to know who is really responsible. We say, let's do it 50-50, a fair share. So that way, we ensure that our streets are safe and we make a better life for our people to work the neighborhood with their dog, with their children. There was another question about we do not have the money. So I know there was already money available for that particular program. And I think it's a program that serve like in first serve, first come basis. So if the money went out for the time being, so the person will wait for the next term or next budget. So I think, and as we go into have a budget season, if we want to increase, I would love to increase it. But it's not that we have a lot of demand. Most of the people who don't even know it exists. And I think this is a really good thing to do for the resident. And until now, I will let the floor to the administration. I still believe we don't need a fiscal note because it's not for the whole city. It's for only those who need it that will call the city, not the city. And even though in the book, I have to mention that. So it was already written. It wasn't me say that. So I'm gonna read that for you. So in the chapter 1208-070, repair of defective sidewalk procedure upon neglect of owners to obey others. So in this one, it says, the director of public works shall deem to be reasonable. The director of public works shall proceed at the expense of the city to repair with materials suitable and satisfactory to him or her such sidewalk. The director of public works shall keep an exact account of the cost of labor, materials, and supervision of work done hereunder in making such repairs for each owner, and shall report to the city council immediately upon completion of the work. That was on the book already, so while I'm making the amendment, so this was on the book. So it wasn't followed, so it's not me coming with that language. So it was there, and we keep it there. So as you can see. And at this time, I urge you, please vote and pass this ordinance.
Councilmember Donegan.
Thank you, Council Vice President Vargas.
Actually, I apologize. 1 second before we continue discussion. I think I know what John's gonna, the solicitor is gonna say. Is there a motion to approve?
Motion to approve.
Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. For discussion, Councilmember Donegan.
Yeah, thank you, Council Vice President. And thank you, Councilor Maine, for bringing this forward. You know, I've mentioned before, when I walk outside our house, embedded in many of the sidewalks are the emblem of the Works Progress Administration dating back to the FDR presidency in the 30s and 40s. And I think that that's a helpful reminder of the role that government can play and that I think government should play in investing in infrastructure. And at the end of the day, sidewalks are important infrastructure for residents to be able to move freely, without a car, without a bike, and to access services, to access recreation, and to live healthy lifestyles. And it's something that we as a city should invest in. And while we do have the cost share program, Councilwoman Jermaine is correct that for many residents, the cost to maintaining the sidewalk is prohibitive to them getting that work done, and it leads to the deterioration of those conditions as she showed in the slideshow, and as I think all of us have probably seen throughout our times knocking on doors, walking the dog, whatever it might be. So for that reason, I think this is an effort that we should take. The one question I do have specific just to some of the language is if Councilwoman could just, because I'm unclear, not that what's being proposed is unclear, I'm just trying to make sense of it myself. Exactly how does this change what we already have on the books?
Okay, what changed is when you want to do your sidewalk as of now, you hire a contractor and then do the work. You pay the whole thing. After that, the city will come to inspect the work that has been done. So if your contractor is not recognized by the city, you cannot participate. So, and that's why many times someone who hire a contractor, and then once they mention you will be reimbursed by the city, they just went away. So that's make it hard for the resident to have the work done because there is not a lot of contractor that, not only there is a language barrier for some of the contractor, so they dealing directly with the city. For some of them, I don't know, it's a communication issue, but once they heard about it, they went away. And I have some residents that explained to me some of their work started and not finished because once they mention the city will inspect, do, and then they went away. So now what changed is because the city will come anyway to inspect, because the city will anyway reimburse, why not instead of this, the resident have the burden to look for a contractor to have the work done and then to have the city come to inspect. So the city do the work and the resident give the money. So at that time, that way, the city comes and they do the work. They know it's good because they are the one who do it. They respect all the rules of the required for a sidewalk. That's what changed.
Thank you, Councilwoman.
Councilwoman Renzulli.
Thank you. So I have spoken to Councilwoman Jermaine about this, and so she said that I could say this idea out loud tonight. This is just a part of this that I think is a workable approach to the sidewalk program. I have mentioned it to Director Matus, and he can say his own opinion on it. But I think it might be something that works. So when the city puts out an RFP for street paving next time, which I believe is soon, they could require any contractor that wants to do the streets to also do the repair and replacement of sidewalks in the proposal. So that contractor will provide a price per square foot. Once the city is awarded the new paving and sidewalk contracts, they can begin accepting applications for the cost share program. So this alleviates the resident from having to go find a contractor willing to do this because the city already has contractors willing to do this because they bid on the project. When a qualifying homeowner files an application, the city engineer goes and measures the sidewalk that needs to be repaired or replaced, gives the homeowner an invoice based on the price per square foot. The homeowner will deposit half of the cost with the city, the contractor does the work, the city pays the other half, and then we know that it's fine because it's the city's contractor. So it's similar to what Councilwoman Jermaine is saying, but rather than the city doing it, the contractor for the paving is doing it. We use the same amount of money that we allocate in the budget. If we have to increase it, we increase it. It's a first come, first served basis, as it already is. So not too much changes other than people are not looking for a contractor. The city is not approving other people's contractors. And it kind of cuts out the middleman, I think. So that is just an option that I wanted to put forward. I'm in support of fixing our sidewalks. I know that this is an important initiative. We just have to come to an agreement of how it will work. It's obviously not working based on those pictures and the complaints that I think that all of us get, especially in certain parts of the city. And I think that, you know, we need to figure this out. So that's just an option I wanted to bring forward. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Council, Winsley. So as I mentioned, we did have this conversation, as I mentioned. There is not much different from what I propose. What you propose is mostly for me, I see it as an administrative part of it, because the city, once this is on the book, the city can choose how he is going to do this. Is it his own employee at the Department of Work, or the contractor, when they do the paving, they have to do it? So I don't think this is, we need to address that right now, because for me, it looks like more an administrative, executive administrative position. That's what I thought about. But I don't think, it's the same thing. So the contractor, the burden, so what I want is the burden is lifted from the resident. So I don't know how, so I don't really thinking about how the administration will proceed in implementation of this law. So you see what I mean? So it's more in the implementation of it.
Thank you, Councilmember Wall.
And much like my colleagues, I certainly am concerned with our sidewalks, the pictures. I've walked down streets and almost tripped numerous times myself. So your point is well taken. However, as I stated in September, I'm still very concerned with this line that was crossed out. On the second page on 55, it says, subject to availability of capital and general operating funds. That concerns me because, as I said at the time, and I think I'm reading it correctly, and I was told at the time, it's a 50% reimbursement with no cap at all now. And that I can't sign on to.
Councilmember Ferry.
Yes, I have two things. On line 64, it says this cost share program will only be for the repair or replacement of existing sidewalks in the city. So let's just say tomorrow a plat gets built in Weston Cranston and then sidewalks go in. 15 years from now, if they need to be repaired, they would not be eligible for that repair?
Of course they will. Of course they will. It's not for making new sidewalk.
Okay.
But if the sidewalk is built and then after it's deteriorated, it's a repairing for a deteriorating sidewalk.
But it's, if you add a new sidewalk, that's not an existing sidewalk. I just want to make sure that a new sidewalk is covered. And the second thing is, it looks to me like there's going to be a lot of tree work to be done. If this is something that we put through, there's a lot of trees that are going to come down, and they are huge trees. So I just want to make sure that this is something that we're going to be able to, believe me, I want this. Are we going to be able to handle this? A lot of trees are going to come down, okay, and a lot of sidewalks are going to be repaired if in fact people do it. So I just want to make sure that the administration is prepared to handle this. I'm sure they're going to get up and speak in a few minutes, but I just want to make sure we have to worry about the trees and we got to worry about the sidewalks.
We pass an ordinance about the trees already. So we have someone who is, I believe, is responsible to take care of the trees. So we do not need to address it right here because the ordinance we pass, someone should go out there and those trees that considered hazards shouldn't be there, right? So someone who is responsible for trees in the city should go out there to look at those trees. So without having someone to tell them what to do. So we already take care of that part with the ordinance we passed last year. We passed an ordinance last year and say for each trees that is cut down, we need to put a new one. So this problem is already solved, right? It's already solved. Now, unfortunately, we do not have the enforcement and those things stay in the book, but no one enforced them and implemented them.
And to the administration, we have the interim director here. Taking you coming before us, would you like to say a few words on this?
Yeah, I can, the tree situation, I think that would be included in the fiscal, whatever goes with this. That would have to be included in that because that is a part of the work that is, it's unavoidable as a part of the work. If you're gonna fix that sidewalk, the roots are in the way, you have to take the roots out. If you take those roots out, that tree's gonna fall down, so you have to take the tree down. That should be included, a fiscal note, that's the one I was looking for. That should be included in the fiscal note, if there is one that goes along with this ordinance. That's what I'll say about the trees. In terms of this ordinance, the thing that jumps out to me is on line 70, it's subsection E, where it says the property owner will be responsible for 50% of the cost of the sidewalk repair replacement based on the set unit price per square foot. That just doesn't make any sense. 50% is a different calculation than by area. If we're giving them $5 a square foot for concrete, that may not equal 50% of how much that work costs. So those calculations are going to differ from each other. So we just have to pick one if we're going to do that. And I will also touch on Councilwoman Renzulli's point and her suggestion to address sidewalk uplifts as a part of the paving contract. I do agree with that. That would be a part of an internal standard operating procedure that the Public Works follows. We would handle spot repairs along roads that we pave. And then I would recommend also keeping a cost share program for those residents that are not on a street that was recently paved, but still want to get their sidewalk expedited, I'll say. So there's a city proactive way of doing it. And then if you don't want to wait for your street to be paved, you still have an outlet to get your sidewalk done. Personally, I think that the way the ordinance is written currently favors the residents more than the way you have proposed it, simply because the city has to pay prevailing wages for construction. Residents do not. So they often can get a better price for that work than we will.
Thank you. Questions, Councilwoman Jermaine?
Yes, so last time I met with Director Matei, so you proposed to have some amendment before, I think it was in September, and I know you went on paternity leave, so did you come up with the amendment because we talk about it, what you will, and we agree on there's some languages, did you come with it?
Yeah, like I said, my recommendation would be for Public Works to adjust our internal standard operating procedure to address sidewalks on roads that we're paving. And my recommendation would be to keep the cost share program ordinance the way that it is.
What I propose to change is because it's been there and it wasn't working for the resident. And that's why I propose it. So the cost sharing was there and people could not, the people who needed the most could not benefit from it. And if we hear our job is make it easy for our residents, is make it their life easier. So that's why I propose to lift the burden from the resident to make it easier, their life easier. So that's for me. It takes a lot of time to really come up with this to make it better. That's your job, make it better for the resident, not harder. So you talk about the $5, that was in the book, I didn't change it. So if we need to add more on that, so that's proposition. As I don't know how much, things are getting expensive, more expensive, material getting more expensive. That was in the book from the time being. So I don't know how much that costs right now, so I should go. But if we need to elevate or increase it, so that's something I will be open to. And that's all.
Okay, there's still a few other folks who have their hands up. Councilmember Ferry, Councilwoman Rinzulli. Council President, do you have questions as well? Okay, I have
I
some as
think
well,
that,
too.
Acting Director Mateus made a good point. If we do it this way, it's going to cost a lot more to repair the sidewalk, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Could we give the people an option? Could that be something we could put in there? If they want to pay for it up front and get half from the city, they could do that, or they could have the city do it and then give the city half the money. It could,
That's what we propose.
no. You don't understand what he's saying. If we do the job for the people up front, it's going to cost a lot more money for the people. So therefore, the people that need it the most are going to end up paying more for the sidewalk. We don't want that. We don't want them to pay more. So you gotta decide, it's a tough decision to make. It's gonna cost them a lot more money if we do the job for them than them go out and try and find somebody else to do it. I just want are you aware of that? What he's saying? I just want to make you aware of that. It's gonna cost a lot more money because the city has to pay a prevailing wage, which is much higher than just going out to get somebody to do the job. So I just want to make you aware of that. I'm not opposing what you're putting down here. Just want you to be aware of the fact he's saying it's going to cost a lot more money. I didn't even realize that myself. I'm done. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilwoman Rinzulli?
I just had a question for the director. About the trees. Am I incorrect in understanding it as though if the tree is not dying or diseased, won't the tree warden will say that it should not come up, even if it is messing up the sidewalk? Is that correct or incorrect? Is coming through the roots of the sidewalk a reason to take up a tree? I thought that it was not. So that's why I'd like to know, because if we're going to go out and look at all these trees, that they're just the wrong kind of tree to be planted in the side where a sidewalk was many, many years ago, and now they're coming up. But if they're not actually dying, I don't know that we can remove them.
You are correct. That is an SOP through tree maintenance where we only remove dead, dying, and diseased trees.
So in your expert opinion, so what happens when it's a tree that's making an unsafe and damaged sidewalk? We have no option based on, is that because of how our ordinances are written regarding trees? Or how do we solve that problem? Is there a way to solve that problem? Or if someone has two giant trees, wants to pay even full price, pay the city to do it, they can't do that, right? So the right is like with the tree, the right of way for the tree.
If a resident wants to work with us in fixing their sidewalk, we are certainly going to work with them. If they are willing to come and put money forward to make a repair, we are certainly willing to work with them and have those conversations. So there are one-offs here and there. But correct, if we were to fix that sidewalk, we would have to take that tree down. And if it's a healthy tree, it's contradicting our standard operating procedures.
Okay, so I think that that's going to end up being, this is just my opinion, putting it out, that's going to end up being in many situations that people can't fix their sidewalks because they have healthy trees whose roots are coming up through the sidewalk. So I just want to put that out there because I think that's something that's going to come up often. Thank you.
To the chair. Concerning the trees, I think I brought that long time ago, and I was told, as Director said, it's at the discretion. That was, I was told, at the discretion of tree warden. So I didn't agree with that one because I think, as you mentioned, we mentioned it already, the security, the safety should come first. So as we show this, like the giant tree in the sidewalk. So what is more important? The tree or the safety of the resident? So at that moment, I was like, I didn't have a right answer. And I think if it's on the book, we should revisit it because safety should come first.
Council President Marino.
Thank you. A few things. One is I had a question for you, Director. Are we keeping a list of requests? Like, is there an outstanding number of requests for the 50/50 program currently?
For the cost share sidewalk program,
Correct.
every request that comes in is handled immediately.
Okay.
So there is no backlog.
And then my other question is, how much is available in the funding for that program for the fiscal year 24?
We are on track to max out that budget this year,
All right, and what was it again?
$30,000.
And when you say we're on track to max it out, do you foresee, like, how close are we to the 30,000? Are we?
You're about 2/3 of the way there.
Okay. And do you remember offhand? I know it's a big ask. Last year, were we on track, or was there denial of some requests based on lack of funding where they had to wait?
No denials. Again, this is off the top of my head. I believe we finished FY 23 expending about 24,000 out of that 30.
Okay. And then my other thing that I wanted to mention tonight is I have concern in this ordinance, like lines 82 through 85, where we're eliminating the requirement of the contractor being licensed and showing proof of liability insurance and workers' comp insurance. That is for the protection of the resident, and it would be, I believe, grossly irresponsible for us as a legislative body to put something in writing where we are telling people, hey, freewheel it, because people will be taken advantage of. They need that insurance for a variety of reasons, and that should remain. The last thing I'll say is, overall, I share some of the concerns of my colleagues, and I share the frustrations of my colleagues. I would like to see more improvements. I know it's difficult for some residents, but I don't think making these changes is going to facilitate improvements for the residents relative to the repair of sidewalks in the city, despite that being the intention. I share in the comment earlier by Councilman Wall about the fiscal impact to have it being open-ended. I don't think that that's responsible of us to do relative to this type of expense. The other thing I will mention is I know the city did participate in the state's streetscapes grants, and so many terms for these, but it was the Main Street funding. And we utilize that grant application, I believe, for different types of street improvements, not for sidewalk repair per se. It was accessibility for disabled people or something, and localized to a certain area. Is that fair to say?
The Main Street grant,
Yeah.
yes. I don't know if you mean that one or the Municipal Roads and Bridges grant through the DOT.
The Main Street.
Correct.
One that was
Then
rolled out, I think, in the summer of 23.
You are correct,
Okay.
that's localized.
My question is, is there another round of that? I thought I heard there might be another round right now for the Main Street, some additional funding available from the state for that same type of programming. I think the application deadline might be in April sometime. Are you aware of that?
I did see a communication from the DOT for additional grant funding. I thought it was for a municipal roads and bridges grant. I could have been mistaken, and I did reach out to the DOT to get some additional information on that opportunity. I'm waiting to hear back from them.
Okay,
But there is additional funds that I'm targeting.
okay. Because just what my line of thinking is, if there's some additional funds and if the rate of reimbursement for that grant is similar to the one that we previously acquired and is the 2/3, 1/3, if I'm not mistaken, is that about the reimbursement rate?
Correct,
Yeah.
2/3 us, 1/3 them.
Is there, when you say you're considering it, did you have this in mind or did you have another purpose for those funds in mind? Because what I'm foreseeing is if there's a particular area in the city where there's a lot of disrepair for the sidewalks, okay? If we could maybe focus on a particular area with some of those funds to be of assistance and make those repairs. Because it is a monumental hurdle, but if we can at least do some incremental steps, that would be really advantageous.
Yeah, so the first step in accomplishing something like that is to get an inventory of our sidewalks, right? We have to know what we're working with so that we can plan where we want to start our priority. We do have a contract going on right now with Beta to identify our sidewalks in the city. So step one is underway. Once we have that information, we can start to use these grant opportunities to tackle the sidewalk issues. But as of right now, we just have our roads mapped, so that is where the money is going right now.
Okay. All right. That's it for me. Thanks.
The chair. Oh,
I have it. Oh. Go ahead.
Thank you, Vice President. I agree, Woman Jermaine, 100% that something needs to be done. And I commend her for bringing this forward, but I don't know if the way the ordinance is set up right now is the right way. I want to bring up a few points, but not in any particular order. First, Councilwoman Renzulli, with the trees, maybe might have to revisit how we take trees down and assess trees be taken down. That might have to be revisited. Councilman Wall, with his point in runaway expense of this, that's something else. I would like to see what it would cost the city in a physical note, to see what it would cost the city before I can approve something like this. I hate to see it die in committee because something needs to be done. Maybe we should continue it and work on it further to make it right. There was multiple points brought up tonight that were concerning. So I don't know if I can support it if it's in the state it is now. I think it needs a little bit more work, but I am for getting something done. I've experienced myself sidewalks where in front of my house where someone had to go to the hospital because they tripped. And so it is very important. I want to see this done, but I want to see it done right.
I too have a couple of questions on here. Sorry, I'm just trying to figure out some of my other questions that I came across. I guess I'll start in no type of order of importance on here. I do agree with my colleagues. Obviously, we all know, right? There's a sidewalk concern issue throughout the entire city, and we all want to make sure that we address that and we get it fixed, but we also want to be mindful on how we do it in any type of ordinance that get passed and how and who it will actually be affecting and the impact that it will also have financially even on the city. Is there, regarding the tree, I know that there's obviously ordinance that were also passed on top of notice of hearing notices, whether tree's going to come down or not come down on that end. To the interim director, some municipalities have a stabilization fund that they use to put certain portion into an actual fund, particularly so it actually can fund their sidewalk programs, in some cases even their pavement and roads, but really more so for their sidewalks. Has there been any discussion internally within your department in terms of potentially creating some sort of funding that could be allocated particularly just towards the sidewalk, and then from there on, be evaluating the sidewalks as they come before us, that we could potentially either not just do the 50-50, whether it's a little bit more than that, a little bit less, or just something relative to that assessment?
I'm not sure I fully understand the question, but if you're asking about how we're gonna fund the sidewalk improvements, is
Yeah,
that
so-
essentially the question?
Other than putting it in just the operational budget that we've allocated, whether it's $10,000 a year or 15 or
Yep,
20, and
okay.
it's a first come, first serve, has there been any conversations in terms of any type of revenue that the city gets from certain type of programs or road work, consultant, development, that we use a portion of that that goes directly into some sort of I don't want to call it revolving fund, I'll call it a stabilization fund, where then those funds could be used aside and continue to grow, so we could allow, so we just don't put $10,000 in the actual budget or just $15,000, but that is a separate account that will continue to grow over time. Well, hopefully, well, depending on the usage, of course.
I have not had a conversation with finance specifically using revenue funds to supplement sidewalk restoration. Like I mentioned before, if we were going to address sidewalks with road paving, that would dip into the capital fund, the capital budget.
Okay. Okay. Something worth just kind of discussing internally
Yeah,
as
that's a
well.
good suggestion.
Just because some other municipalities do that across the country. The other part of it that I had, this is actually a concern that give me one second. Where is it? Here it is. A suggestion that I would have on here, to the sponsor would be on line 76, and I think this was discussed the last time this was brought up as well, is just making sure, I know that that's something that you didn't add, it's already in the books as well as part of the ordinance, is perhaps changing that where it's not, the property owner who's determined to be a low income should not be determined by the Comprehensive Community Action Program, but instead potentially from the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, whichever poverty guidelines that the other state and federal programs use. That would be a recommendation that I have on there. The amount on line 74 and then the amount on 78, I know the 78 in line 79, there's a strike through on those, and the dollars have been reduced on 74. I'm just trying to understand, did we have the $6 per square foot concrete and then line 75, the $4 per square foot for asphalt sidewalk in our current ordinance? Or, okay. And so I'm just trying to understand that completely. There's two separate amounts. Am I not understanding this correctly as to why there are two separate amounts?
The $6 and $4 is for property owners who are determined to be low income by CCAP.
Okay, got it. But then line 74 would be if they are not. Sorry, if they are, but if they're not, then it would be the one that was just crossed out, which is $6 and $4.
Just waive it for the people.
We would waive it for them.
That's why we put the waiver. So all of those are in the book, so you will see that we cross that out. It's a for waiver of financial responsibility under this ordinance.
And so then that would be waived not just for the low income property owners, but also for veterans,
Yes.
from what I'm seeing on
Yes.
here. The low income property, I guess I would assume it's only, they would not necessarily have more than one property. It would just be one, is my assumption, like what, right? I wouldn't know what qualifies under low income or not. You know, I'm just trying to make sure that we address that correctly. I could be completely wrong, but what if someone who is of low income happens to own two properties or is on the deed for another property? I'm trying to get some clarity on that. By all means, someone who obviously doesn't have the financial capability to pay for the sidewalk, I certainly understand, but I'm just trying to figure.
We have some
that out.
residents, for example, who are retired, that living on the retirement, and they have really no income coming in. And we have some poverty where that was like parent left for somebody else, and not, we saw those when we go around, and that needs some help. So we can, and then as it was already on the law, so they seek out people who really, they know who who are in the book already. They have all of the information. Someone who benefit for utility services, for example, so that could qualify.
The other part of it is the veteran that happens to own more than one property. And I'm not going after a veteran. My husband's a veteran. I have tremendous respect for veterans and admiration, and I'm very grateful for them. But I'm just wondering, if there's a veteran who owns 6, 8, 10 different properties. I know many veterans who owe a few personally. Would they all be exempt, or is that one
You know
for
what?
every property?
I know people love to have their house beautiful. So when you go to see house that not well kept, it tells you already what happened. I don't think somebody who owns 2, 3 property will let their sidewalks deteriorate. They will let their house, there's some just reasonable. So I just put it there because I think if someone who has the capacity will not let that happen.
Nope.
I left it that way.
Yeah, no, that's fine. Again, I'm not trying to go after veteran. I'm just trying to kind of really put myself in so many different shoes that I possibly can, or the public may potentially ask these questions, and I figured I'd kind of get ahead of them. So would this in general right now, the way the 50-50 kind of works, and maybe this is more now, again, a question for the administration is they're not, the homeowner right now in the 50-50 is not capped, right? So if I own my property right now and I want to go ahead and request this 50-50, but I own 2 other properties as well, am I given the opportunity, because it's a first come, first serve? If I'm saying I'm putting in a 50-50 for 3 properties at the same time, would you say, nope, you just cut off one project per 50-50 per fiscal year to give other homeowners the opportunity, or would you take
First
all
come,
of them
first
in?
serve.
So if I have 5 different properties that I own right now, and I need to go and I'm doing all my sidewalks and all of them, that would be honored. It wouldn't be one per.
Correct. I've had
President,
someone
okay.
pay for someone else's sidewalk to get repaired, so that has happened.
Okay.
I'm-
And
I-
my other, give me 1 second, Councilwoman, just one other thing on here is, yep, line 82 through 85. I do agree with Council President Marino as well on that. I also had that on here in terms of accountability and making sure that's right. Do we, with line number 87 through 89, is that the ordinance or their normal process that someone would have to request a permit right now for any sidewalk, even if the person was not seeking reimbursement from the city? Do we have to still pull a permit for the sidewalk, correct?
Correct, yeah.
Okay, so I think that part should also be left in there as well for the permitting part on there, 87 through 89. Pretty much for the same reason as Council President Marino also noted on the previous lines that are on there. And then the other part is, lines 110 through 113. With this ordinance right now, we're saying the way it's been presented is that we would not be reimbursing the owner. But I just want to figure out like who ultimately would have control of that rate if we remove it from the council's jurisdiction. Would that be up to Public Works to update that, those rates?
So what changed here is all of those has to be done. The reimbursement will be paid to the owner. So that's what the administration has to do. So instead of going to this at the end, at the completion of the sidewalk, so it's like upfront. So like they go upfront, they see the sidewalk, and then they decided how much this is gonna cost, and they tell the owner, and they wanna give his 50%, and then done, and then they do what they have to do. So that's why this one doesn't need to be upfront anymore.
Maybe I'm misunderstanding. I'm this one, lines 110, maybe a portion of that is what I'm understanding. That is that at the end of the day, we as a council are the ones who set the rates for the
Mhm.
reimbursement for sidewalks, regardless whether they come before us or not. So even if it's someone who doesn't have low income, or is getting, the exemption on here,
It said, let me tell you again, all of this is the cost sharing that set all of those. So I'm gonna read this for you again. So, I have to ask the directors, so as you've been doing this work already, and you mentioned, if we lift the burden from the owner, by looking for a contractor, and the contractor has to go all of those things, and you already have them, so to do it, so how much it costs to repair a sidewalk? So you have those price already. So can you share the cost with us? Because you said it's gonna cost, if you do the work, you're gonna cost more money. So if I had to say this, it is already on the book in cost sharing, what? Page on line 47. So everybody, line 47, okay? So what we cross out, I'm gonna read the whole thing, but we cross out the first part. If we hear that, if any owner of abutting land shall refuse or neglect to obey any order referred to in the preceding section within 24 hours after such order has been served upon him or her in writing, so, or within such other time as the Director of Public Works shall deem to be reasonable, the Director of Public Works shall proceed at the expense of the city, okay? At the expense of the city to repair with materials suitable and satisfactory to him or her such side work. This is the cost sharing already. So you already have the burden to repair all of those, what is happening here. They shouldn't be happening anyways. So as the Director of Public Works, that's your duty to make sure we are safe. Those cycles are safe. We do not implement that. This is in the cost sharing. So I asked, because we have discussion, I remember with Attorney Verdicchio, and who is responsible of the sidewalk? This is a compromise. So tell me it's gonna cost more, but I wanna see the number. But it is your job to repair those sidewalk I see here, because when someone fell, we don't want to keep it, so let's do compromise here. So as a property owner, you do 50%. I do 50%, because still now, I don't want to exaggerate when we know what it is when it comes to sidewalk, right? We know what it is. So it is there on the book. I cross off some of the thing because I shift the burden. This is the only thing I do. I shift the burden. So all the requirement we ask for a contractor when a resident hire a contractor, so we remove this burden for the resident, because you know already what are the requirements. And if you have their 50% of the cost, and you can do as a Councilwoman Wensley proposed, internally, administratively, so smartly, how you going to proceed to do that, because you have that already on the book. I didn't come up with that. It was as I reading it, and I found that. So what do? Are we going to amend that? It's already there for you to do. So I don't understand. Do you tell me it costs more? Did we have, when we wrote this, did we have a fiscal note? Because we have a cap. How many? We have $30,000. First serve, right? So how long we've been doing this? So what is the problem right now? I don't get it. Really, I don't get it.
Thank you, Councilwoman. I'm gonna have Councilman Donegan say a few words, but I want to just quickly say is that I support the fact that sidewalks are the most basic infrastructure that we have in our city that we could fix. And I'm glad we're having this conversation about sidewalks. But I have to say that I don't want to see this dying committee either. And so I'd hate for this to go before a vote this evening, not knowing whether it's gonna pass or not, but I'd hate for this to die. And if we can at least do maybe some potential amendments or conversations collaboratively with the administration and whoever else on the council would like to potentially assist, or if it's on your end to amend those and bring it back. I would definitely support continuing this for next month or 2 months on the line if it's not ready within the next 3 or 4 weeks, because I really think it's an important part of our quality of life for our residents. So the way it is right now, I can't support it, but I think you're going the right direction with it. It's just, it needs a little bit more of tweaking, so it can have a little bit more of understanding on what the do's and don'ts are and what we can do to make sure that we keep our public works folks accountable as a city. As council members can also be able to provide a lot of the different answers to the questions that we often get asked, which is what's going on with the sidewalks, with the trees, that it's lifted, could it be shaved down a bit or not? So that's what I want to say about this, but Councilmember Donegan, go for it.
I second the sentiment of the chairwoman.
Thank you.
Council Vice President Vargas. I
Council
just want-
President, of course.
I apologize, but I just want one other question for Director Mateus. You said that there was a survey being done. I believe, did you say the company was BET? What you said? Beta, okay, Beta. And when do you think those results are going to be in? And am I correct in hearing you say it's the whole city that they're going to be assessing for sidewalks?
Correct. It's the whole city. They are working on it now. The sidewalk portion of it, they needed to allow for good weather, so they're just starting their efforts now. I would say it's probably going to take them a month or two to get all that information. And then we should have it sometime in May.
Okay, through the chair, I think it would be good maybe for Public Works to bring them in to present their findings maybe to the council as to the sidewalks.
Absolutely, I'd second that 100%. I think that that might actually go hand in hand, as a matter of Councilman Jermaine, with the ordinance
So-
with those consultants coming in and providing us with that analysis at the conclusion of the work that they're currently doing. So you're saying 2 months?
Yeah, that's the tentative schedule, yes.
Okay. So what are we in March? So April or May? So what do we?
Chair.
Yeah, go for it.
Okay, what we do, are we requesting a fiscal note that we requested in September? And now we are in March. We do not have it. So are we requesting, because it was a compromise when I continued this for 3 months. In September, we continue to wait for a fiscal note. But today, it's before us, we do not have the fiscal note. So what make us believe that in 2 months, we're gonna have a fiscal note when we have more than 3 months, we didn't have
I'd
it?
probably say that maybe with the consultants' work, when they come in, I would assume that they potentially have some numbers and some recommendations of what the cost on that would actually be, that could potentially be used as part of that fiscal note.
That's one thing, okay?
I don't want to speak on behalf of the administration, but that's my assumption, and I could be wrong.
Yeah, I
Would we
think
getting
we need
numbers
some-
out of that?
I think we need some guidance. Is it for the entire city to do is there a limit? Obviously, you're taking the cap off in terms of affordability as proposed in the ordinance. Is this unlimited for every sidewalk that's not even for removal of all trees? We need some guidance. Because
Well,
we
what
do-
is
you
the
know what
consultant
we're-
guiding you guys with? I'm just kind of curious.
I'm sorry?
You have a consultant, what is their guidance? What are they recommending you right now?
Mr. Matus can explain the scope of what they're doing.
What
There's a
do,
rating aside.
can we, what I would recommend, Councilwoman Jermaine,
outside
and
the
please let me
scope.
know otherwise, to the director, is they're working on it now. Let's not wait until they're done. Can we bring them in at the next Public Works Committee just to give us an update as to what they're doing and where they are? Would that make more sense?
Is
I
this a
don't want
work
to,
in process with the
I'm just putting it
consultants?
out
I'm
there. It
not
doesn't
sure if
necessarily
that's
mean that's where we
appropriate.
want to go.
we're gonna spend money to take they don't come for free.
Oh, okay,
And
okay,
they're in
okay, then I
process,
understand.
so it's consulting
Okay.
fees that we have to
Okay.
pay,
Okay,
so.
all right, so that's.
And I
that's fine.
chime into the chair.
Councilwoman Jermaine, go ahead.
So again, what I said earlier, I still maintain it. When the city enacted the cost share, so I don't know if they had a fiscal note. Anybody who, no, I don't know how long it was enacted. Anybody we call, anyone who is the city council long enough, we had a fiscal note for the cost sharing. Did we have a fiscal note? Exactly, right? And I do believe we don't need this. Are you, yes,
Councilmember Paplaskas?
Yeah, I think that ordinance might have been enacted before my time, so I don't know if there was a fiscal note on it then, but we kind of set our own fiscal note by capping the funds every budget, so we know what we're gonna spend. So we really force the fiscal note on ourselves, so.
so that's why I believe we don't need to spend money and time to go for a fiscal note. We can say, based on what we spend, we can just say, we put it for this year. Oh, I add $40,000, or I add $50,000 for this one. First serve, first come, first serve. But to spend time and money to look for, we don't do it for the whole city. And I do believe the ward that needed the most, Ward 2, Ward 3, Ward 1, probably. That's what I think. So, and again, I believe our residents are faithful. I don't think they will cheat us. I believe in them. I don't think they will cheat us, because if someone owns 2 houses, 3 houses, they have the capability to maintain their sidewalk. They will not come after that. So I base on that presumption. Okay, because I believe they will not cheat us.
Thank you.
So that's why I think it's a waste of time and money to go after a fiscal note. So based on what we have already since the inaction of this cost sharing, we can continue, or we have a budget season, we can cap it. That's my position. And I'm open for any amendment that we can bring. So anyone who has an amendment, you can bring it, and then we can come discuss this for the next meeting or in 2 months.
Thank you. Councilman Donegan.
I'll make a motion to continue to 2 months.
I second it.
2 months.
Right, there's a motion to continue. Right, perfect. Through the clerk, can you take a roll?
Councilwoman Renzulli?
Yes.
Councilman Ferry?
Yes.
Councilman Donegan? Councilman Campiano?
Yes.
Councilman Wall?
Yes.
Councilwoman Jermaine?
Yes.
Council Vice President Vargas?
Yes.
Council President Marino?
Yes.
Right. The next matter is a matter that's also sponsored by Councilwoman Jermaine. This is 8-2304, Ordinance Amendment of Title 10, Chapter 12, Section 250 of the City of Cranston Code of Ordinance, 2005, entitled Crosswalks Enumerated. Councilwoman Jermaine?
Thank you, Vice
Is
President.
there a motion to approve? Is there a motion to approve?
Motion to approve.
Is there a second for discussion?
Second for
Second.
discussion?
Okay, Councilwoman Jermaine?
Thank you, Council Vice President. Also, this ordinance, I spoke with Dr. Materis, and this is an ordinance that came from a lot of complaints from residents in this area, Pond Street and Grace Street. And they request some things be done because we try police presence and the police cannot be there 24/7. And we know it all, so we said, a crosswalk will be, something that will deter, even though it's not, we don't think it is, the solution that we say, hey, there will not be speeding, there will not, but at least that can help people to have a way to cross in this intersection, where the complaint I have is mostly there are always discussion, arguing between driver and pedestrian in that area. And most of the time, the people almost run over in that particular intersection. So because there was no crosswalk, so I proposed to have a crosswalk in that intersection for the people who really cross that to walk their dog and their families. So, so that's why I proposed it. But at the time, I met with the director Materis, and he said he may have a solution, maybe I propose something, so I don't know. And I said, okay, let's continue it. So if you have a better solution, then a crosswalk in that particular area, we will go forward.
Director, go for it.
Yeah, so as you mentioned, a crosswalk is not the solution here. It's a speeding issue, and inviting pedestrians into the roadway is not a good way to solve that issue. In terms of other suggestions out there, it seems that you were not fond of the police department monitoring the intersection. Bottom line is, this is a social issue. This is not so much an engineering issue. People are speeding, and inputting a crosswalk or a stop sign is not going to stop that behavior. People are going to disregard those traffic calming measures and are going to continue to do what they want to do. I'm not sure what other information you're looking for, but a speeding issue in this particular location is a social issue and not so much an engineering issue.
So as I mentioned, solution, when you, as in myself, what I experienced, when you step on a crosswalk, that's give at least the driver a signal to stop, to let you go. So that's why I think, even though it's not the best solution, but having a crosswalk is at least something. Because the police can witness they've been there, but they cannot be there 24/7. So what do we do?
Councilmember Donegan.
Thank you, Council Vice President. I commend Councilwoman Germain for her efforts to address an issue that is brought to her by her constituents. But looking at this intersection, in Google Maps, and I know you just confirmed for me that this is the correct one. I can't support putting a crosswalk at this location. It's a residential area, and I just don't. I agree with the director that I don't think encouraging pedestrians into this intersection, given a speeding issue, is necessarily the right way to go. So for that, I would be opposed if this came for a vote.
Councilmember Wong.
Being relatively new at the table, and I just recently found out the procedure for a stop sign, we need a traffic study. I don't know what the procedure is for putting a crosswalk up. Perhaps a solicitor can enlighten me, just so I know. If we want a crosswalk, is there supposed to be some study done?
So yeah, so the councilman, it's the opinion of the solicitor's office, and I think Attorney Angel is in agreement with this. The traffic study would apply to traffic control devices, things such as that. This really isn't any type of a traffic control. It's more pedestrian oriented, so the short answer would be no. I don't think a traffic study would be required.
Thank you. Any further discussion, conversations, questions at all on this? Councilwoman Jermaine, is this an item that you would like for it to be voted upon? Oh, is Councilwoman Rinzoli, did you have a question?
Yes, just quickly, through the chair to Councilwoman Jermaine. Councilwoman Jermaine, are you looking just to have the lines painted on the ground or a button for someone, like a walk
Just
button?
painting, that's what
Okay.
crosswalk is. It's not,
Thank you.
it's not $600,000. Just put some paint and people can cross.
Thank you. I'd like to kind of know through the director, if possible, real quickly on something. I know it says enumerate painted lines on crosswalks, but anytime we have a painted lines on the crosswalk, doesn't that now entail that we have to cut in to make it an actual ramp to do the crosswalk? That's at least my understanding on this. So it's not just doing the painting. These sidewalks don't have the federal requirements that would then, you would need the ramp if we're going to build a crosswalk. I'm not an engineer and I could be wrong, but I know I've been in part of these conversations through work, so I'm just curious.
You are correct. Through the Americans with Disability Act, you have to have an ADA compliant wheelchair ramp accessing the crosswalks. Also, when you have a crosswalk, you want to be coming from somewhere and going somewhere. The other side of the road, or I don't know what the intersecting street is, but the other side of the road, there is no sidewalk there. So installing something for pedestrians to walk on once they cross the crosswalk would be a part of the project as well. So there's quite a bit of incidentals that come along with installing a crosswalk there. Like I think I explained to you, you'd have to take down a tree, you'd have to remove a neighbor's fence because their fence is in the public right of way. You have to take down their neighbor's tree. So there's quite a bit of incidental work that would go into installing a crosswalk at this location.
Thank you. Is there a stop sign at all consideration that you're potentially maybe as a possible without having a traffic engineer instead that you would like to maybe have the engineer look into?
I think there is, I have not on all side. I think there is one or two in the, yes. Yeah. There is stop sign.
Okay. Got it. Okay. There is 3 stop signs. Okay. All right, perfect. So, in this case, this is your ordinance, Councilwoman. I'm trying to understand what is it, the steps that you would like to do moving with them, to move forward with?
If I share with you all the emails I received, something need to be done before someone die. Yeah.
Council President Marino.
Thank you. I'm sympathetic to of speeding in the area, but I agree with Councilman Donegan that a crosswalk in that type of residential area without being a main road, I don't think that's the appropriate thing to place there. And it isn't as simple as them just putting paint down. They would have to do an assessment to make sure it's in the right spot, et cetera. I also think in that type of residential setting, it gives people a false sense of safety. I heard the director say that the police department was willing to, surveil the area, patrol the area to help curb it. That usually does provide some assistance because typically they're repeat offenders, and if they end up getting tagged, they're less likely to be doing it in that area. Unfortunately, I won't be in favor of this ordinance tonight with the crosswalk, but I understand the concern.
Okay. No vote it? Okay. No further discussion to the clerk. Can you please take a roll on this ordinance?
Oh,
Oops. Yep.
I have Council Donegan just invited me to ask for something. Maybe it may be possible. Would it be possible, Doctor, to have the sign that says slow children, maybe? And maybe when they see that, that's something we can put, because one of the thing is, I received the emails, they say, well, something needs to be done. So we cannot say there's nothing we can do, right? So I refuse that. We have to do something.
I agree with you that a sign is a good start to combat that issue over there. So we can get that accomplished.
We don't need an ordinance for that, right? We don't need an ordinance to have a sign to put up.
No.
That's something that can do internally.
Would have to defer to the legal counsel.
I don't think so.
I don't think an ordinance is necessary because there'd be no penalty attached to this. Apparently, it's more of a warning that it is. It's not an ordinance. There's no fine attached to it. So I would say no.
Okay, thank you. So for that reason, Director, can you promise some sign will go up in that area?
I can promise.
Thank
Right.
you.
So Councilwoman, are you withdrawing this
So
ordinance?
for that reason, I withdraw it ordinance, but otherwise it would have
My motion.
been voted on.
We're going to withdraw the motion to approve.
Through the city solicitor, do we need to withdraw any motions at all for this? It was a motion to approve just to be heard just for discussion on the actual ordinance, but not to actually pass this.
I beg your pardon, Chairwoman, I was looking at something else. Would you state your question again? At least I'm honest. I'm looking at three things.
Appreciate your honesty. Thank you for that.
The motion to approve.
There was a
by
motion to approve and discuss the actual ordinance in place right now. The councilwoman would like to actually withdraw now this actual ordinance. Does the council member have to withdraw his
No,
motion
to
at all?
withdraw the ordinance, the subject matter of the approval
Okay.
is moot.
I withdraw the ordinance. And Director Mateo, can you give us a deadline, timeline when that's gonna be up?
If you give me 2 weeks, I can get a sign there for you.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
All right, great. So there's a withdrawal on this ordinance and moving on to the next order of business. And that is public hearing and public comment. Is there anyone here in the council chamber who would like to speak on docketed items only this evening?
Very quickly, Robert Murray, 21 Garden City Drive. I'm just here on two requests. First, ordinances 2-2402, 2-2403. Our ordinance is introduced by my client, 20 Guarded LLC. Because of the conflict in advertising between the clerk's office and the planning department, we're requesting these matters be continued to your April 11th meeting at the appropriate time if you see fit to make a motion because they were not yet advertised completely. So, and if I believe notices may have gone out by the clerk's office, they're going to be resent at the expense of my client, even though we weren't involved in the issue. So, so we just ask those two ordinances be continued. Lastly, very quickly, just on Councilwoman Renzulli's ordinance 22401. I go to a lot of public meetings. I think she's making a genuine attempt to enhance transparency and public participation, and I think they're a good ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else that's here in the chamber that would like to speak on any docketed items? Okay, seeing none, moving on to Zoom. Tom, is there anyone online that would like to speak?
Account name Renee.
Hi, thank you. I would like to speak
Hi,
to,
Renee, I'm sorry, can I have your full name and address for the record?
yes, Renee Bramble, 25 Bolton Street, Cranston.
Thank you. Go right ahead.
I just wanted to let my support be known for Councilwoman Renzulli's ordinance tonight about opening up the public comment, again, for, transparency, like the last gentleman said. I came to a meeting last month and was just a few minutes late. No one had any public comments. And Councilman Ferry was the first one to say I should not have a voice, and to completely shut me down, with some support from Councilwoman Germain and Councilman Wall. So I'm very curious to watch what happens tonight and see how you all vote, seeing that you all run on promises to listen to constituents. Thank you.
Thank you. Tom, is there anyone else who wishes to speak on docket items only this evening?
There's another account named Renee. I'm not sure if it's the same person, but we can find out. Renee Patron?
Yes, different Renee, Renee Patron. I am also on here to support Councilwoman Ranzulli.
Ms. Patron, sorry, can you please give us your full name and address for the record?
Sure, it's Renee Patron, and it's 2 Cassandra Court in Cranston, Rhode Island, 02921.
You go right ahead.
I am also supporting Councilwoman Ranzulli's ordinance, and I appreciate all her hard work and how she has been very informative. I too have in the past attended meetings, and I do like the idea of being able to speak at meetings when there are issues that we have. So I would greatly support that, and I'm really appreciative of all of her hard work.
Thank you.
Thank
Tom,
you.
anything else? Is there anyone else, Tom, on Zoom would like to speak?
I see no public comment.
Public are now closed. Moving on to the next order of business, that is new matters before the committee. The first item is 2-24-01, that is ordinance amendment of Title II, Administration and Personnel, Chapter 2 of the City of Cranston Code of Ordinance 2005, entitled Committees, Commissions, and Councils. This is sponsored by Councilwoman Renzulli. Is there a motion to approve?
Motion to approve.
Is there a second?
Second for discussion.
Thank you. Councilwoman Renzulli?
Thank you, Council Vice President. This ordinance is relatively simple. While we as a council do offer a public comment period, as well as for docketed and undocketed items, not every committee does that. Our committees don't offer a comment period for undocketed items, and other committees and boards do not offer public comment at all, some of them. And I don't know if everyone knows, this is for the public, but for us in this room as well, while open meetings law allows for public comment and is meant to encourage public comment, we don't actually have to have public comment periods in any of our meetings. So we could have one today and it could be written off an agenda tomorrow, or 2 years from now, when maybe some of us are not sitting here, we could not have public comment. There are councils who do not do public comment at all. So being elected during COVID, where many of us were, I think that it became very obvious that what goes on in public meetings and the public opinion is very important. It became more obvious during COVID because the public could not necessarily come to meetings. So they demanded to be on Zoom, and there was more interest in public documents to get questions answered. And I just think that, and during that time, I had advocated for relaxed open meetings laws so that we as elected officials could do our jobs and participate via Zoom if our families were sick at home with COVID. So it's been something that's important to me. And I think as we sit here, a lot of our constituents come forward and demand transparency from the administration, from us, for what we're doing. And I think that this just expands upon what we are doing as a council as part of our rules and expands it across all the boards and committees. It is Sunshine Week. I don't know if everyone knows what that means, but across the country, it's Sunshine Week is about government transparency. And the sunshine reference is attributed to a Supreme Court justice who famously wrote that sunlight is said to be the best of disinfectants. In other words, an informed public is the best way to rid government of corruption. So the ACLU in January did a study across the state identifying different points in which what councils don't have public comment at all. Same thing for school committees who has for docketed, undocketed, and as far as time constraints. So they are deeply involved in this, and the ability to share one's opinion at a public meeting is a core feature of democracy. And this is basically just taking part of state law, which you'll see in the second part of this ordinance, and also just expanding what we already do to be more transparent and encourage more people to come to meetings. I think as far as undocketed items, if that, I anticipate that being a comment. The gentleman that were here earlier for the Public Works meeting who came to speak about the flooding, that was on the agenda because they were able to speak to Council President Marino to get it on the agenda. But if a flood happens and we have a meeting 2 days later, that can't be on the agenda. Do we really think that those people shouldn't be able to come in and speak about an immediate problem? It can't take that much time. We can still limit the time. And there is language in here which says comments can be limited appropriately to matters that fall within the jurisdiction of the public body. So if someone tries to come in and to talk about something that we do not have jurisdiction over, then that comment, then it's not valid under this law. So this is basically codifying what we do and it's putting our money where our mouth is. We all say that we want to be transparent. We want to hold the government accountable, and this is really just taking the opportunity to do so. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilwoman Jermaine.
Thank you. I want to make a clarification because I did receive an email from this resident who spoke first earlier, an email that I cannot share with you because it was like, I think maybe some of you did receive or not, but I was really targeted in that email. But I wanted to make it clear because in this council chamber, we have public comments. And we used to have it for docketed and undocketed matter. And we have a time for it. If it closes, it closes. Another thing I want to clarify is not we do not have, I don't know for other committee or the department, but the council always open for public comments, docketed and undocketed matters. And that always happened since I've been here, I know. So I remember we were in trouble because we go over, I think 2020, over a meetings because we stay longer than we should be. If someone recall that, when we had that issue, because that, we should have another meeting started at 7 something, and we went over that time and we violate open act meetings. If anybody recall that when that happened. So I was first elected. So if anybody recall that. So we have meetings to start, and if the public comments, it's closed, we have rules to follow. So there was no law that says you should reopen it. Okay, no, I'm just make the clarification. It's not because we don't want people to speak. It closed. We have a time we start, we have a time we need to finish at that time because we have another meetings. So I don't know, but the resident mentioned again my name that I say, yes, I own it. I vote no, because we start We open it. If you wasn't here, that's rules is rules. You know, you go to work you need to clock in at 7 o'clock. You clock it at 7 o'clock. After 7 o'clock, you're late. The clock will not detail, so you have solved problem. I understand. No. So at that moment, I felt like the issue that were before us, even though we opened the meeting, that would not change the outcome. That would not change the outcome. And we give the time for for public comments, and the time is over. It's over. Period. So I don't know why I was targeted, and again, I'm targeted about it. So it's a matter of rules. We do give people time, and so I'm someone who always encourage that. Voice, okay? You need to raise your voice. Your voice matters. But that doesn't mean we do not follow the rules. Once it's open, it's open. Because when we have someone working right here, if she say overtime, we're gonna pay him, right? We're gonna pay her overtime. She has a time to be here, she has a time to go home. So I don't wanna be like, this is good, council can bring it for other department. I don't think this is concern our council.
Thank you, Councilwoman Jermaine. I believe we have our city council solicitor that would like to, I assume, come up and say a few words on
Yeah,
this matter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As the committee deliberates, the ordinance, there's a couple of things I'd like to point out. The first paragraph of the ordinance from 29 to 39, I'll address that first. Your council rules, as far as the council is concerned, addresses just what Councilwoman Jermaine was talking about. The public comment for docketed and undocketed items are provided for in those rules. And those rules were passed by resolution, which means they're good for this session. Each council has a right to make its own rules. In addition to that, it would take a supermajority of the council to change those rules. That's also written into the rules itself. This particular section seeks to regulate all boards and commissions of the city. I'd like to point out, however, that under the general laws of the state, 45-24-56, zoning boards of review, it is within their sole province to set their rules of procedure. We have no right as a council to tell them what to do with respect to how to run their meetings. So I just would like to point that out. As to the second part of the ordinance that begins on 41 through 47, I can assure you I am very familiar with this. This is a lift pretty much right out of the state statute. That part of the state statute is 42-46-6 Part D. I can tell you that that part of the statute is internally inconsistent with itself, as admitted by the Attorney General's office. And the Attorney General's office, depending upon who the Attorney General is, as you may know, is charged with adjudicating open meetings complaints. And open meetings complaints on issues such as the back and forth between someone who shows up to an open mic as a member of the public and is speaking particularly on an undocketed item. Okay, the spirit of the Open Meetings Act is to do the people's business in public, and it's to give the public adequate notice with respect to what's being discussed at that meeting. Someone who comes to the podium and speaks on an undocketed item that has nothing to do with anything that's stated on the agenda, okay, back and forth discussion with council members, you can receive the information and you can listen, and that's generally the position that I take. But there is not to be any discussion on it. And the reason for that is this particular Attorney General in particular takes a very narrow view of the reading of Part D. if you read the recent opinions in his tenure, it will tell you that. So, and more than one municipality has been bitten by that. So just keep that in mind. This particular section, you know, if you look at line 43, talks about, you know, not previously posted. You know, the posting really is of a notice. The notice is to give the public at large fair notice of what is to be discussed at the meeting. For those reasons, I'm a very big believer that, you know, it's really, you know, it is indeed up to the council to allow public comment at its meetings. It's not a requirement of the Open Meetings Act, either for undocketed or docketed items, certainly for hearings. But I will say this, I don't know of any councils in the state that don't allow public comment. You know, we live in a state that tends to run rather blue. But notwithstanding the fact that red communities very much want to be heard also in their local governments. So we value our right to speak in the state for sure. So I just point that out from an experiential point of view. I am very weary from a legal perspective of the second part of this ordinance. Again, the opinion jurisprudence that comes out of the Attorney General's office right now would not support this interpretation. Councils have been held responsible for folks that come up to the podium on undocketed items, and there is a repartee and a back and forth either between the council person and the person at the podium or among the council on the issue, and it gets off track, and you will get fined if you do it on purpose, and it's knowing, if it's a knowing violation. So, you know, and I just, in this statute could provide evidence that you know that you're wading into these waters. So I just caution you on that. Certainly it is within the council's providence. I would also ask you to consider the concept of what the Attorney General has looked at as a meeting within a meeting. You could have a group of people or a person who comes to the podium on an undocketed item, and now all of a sudden you're literally having a meeting on an issue that wasn't noticed. You need to consider that. That does not mean that if a person comes to the podium on an undocketed item and there is some personal remark made by them about a council person on the floor of the council or a board member, that board member is allowed to defend themselves, okay? It's a personal remark. It has nothing to do with an item of public concern. It's that, you know, if someone comes in and calls you a name or whatever the case may be. But as far as, you know, in the first comment that I made about the zoning board of review, they would have to be exempted from this. You cannot regulate them. I'm sorry. I mean, that's just, state law is very clear on that. So keep that in mind, please.
Thank you. I'm not on this committee, but I just want to express that I certainly support this ordinance. This ordinance, you know, really codifies what we already do in the council rules. We already voted and put in the council rules, so why not pass this ordinance? It would, you know, be stronger language than what's in our council rules because it's an ordinance, but it's essentially saying the same thing. So I would be completely in favor of this. Because we don't know what's going to happen years down the road. And we don't have undocketed items on, you know, committees. So I think that would be important. As far as the second part of this ordinance, you know, it says right in here on line 44, you know, matters shall be for informational purposes only. So I don't see an open meetings violation because, you know, it's informational purposes only. We're not taking a vote. We're not taking an action. So I don't see any issues with this ordinance. I think it should pass. I think it's just that shows the public that this council is being transparent. You know, we discuss that a lot. So I think we should move forward with this. Thank you.
Thank you. Can't hear you now, right? Councilmember Donegan.
Thank you, Council Vice President. I agree with the intent here. Good government is government that serves everyone, and everyone should be able to understand and see and participate what's occurring at every level of government, especially one where there's such a tangible impact on a daily basis, such as municipal. I think the second paragraph is, we have an attorney for him to provide legal input, and he's telling us that paragraph is problematic. I would feel much more comfortable entertaining this if that paragraph were taken out. So I will propose an amendment to strike lines 41 through 47. Make that in the form of a motion to strike lines 41 through 47.
Second.
All right, that's a motion. There's a second. Any discussion on that motion? Please.
I just have a question to legal as part of this discussion, whichever attorney would like to answer it. So if we strike this, are we not still under state law anyway? Like, is this like a concession without legal distinction? Like, we are under state law. I'm just saying the quiet part out loud. I literally took from state law and put it here in our ordinance. So I'm just trying to understand if we're already covered by that or not. Is it just an interpretation thing?
The short answer is yes, you are covered by state law. Every town and municipality in the state of Rhode Island is covered under this statute. Yes.
So how is adding it to this, similarly to how Attorney Angel just said, state law exempts zoning boards from this, and that should be removed. And that we need to follow state law because state law says that zoning boards have to govern themselves. How is this different than that? And that this is already in state law. I didn't write this. I didn't make it up. I took it from the state law and I put it here in our law. We're already covered by it. How does taking it out change what we can do here anyway?
Because you have a specific state statute that applies to zoning boards. You do not have the same thing in this ordinance. So the more specific statute takes precedence over the more general statute. This does not account for that.
Okay, so if I take away the comparison I was trying to make, this, we are already covered by this under state law, correct? This is a state law. I understand the current Attorney General has a narrow lens. And I understand what Attorney Angel is saying. I just don't understand how we're doing anything when it's already a state law. We're already covered by this. So
When you say it, are you referring to the zoning statute?
no,
or
no,
are
no,
you
I'm not
referring
talking about
to
zoning law. I'm
the
talking about the
open-
second part of this that Councilman Donegan made an amendment on. That is state law, correct?
Well, that is state law as far as it goes, but there's an important sentence at the end of the state law, which is not codified in this ordinance. That last sentence says this: no public body or the members thereof may use this section, the one that you're referring to circumvent the spirit or requirements of this chapter. That's a very telling sentence, and it dovetails with what Attorney Angel said. So just to expand a little bit on what he was saying, and in which I fully agree, it can be envisioned that, and he used the term, a meeting within a meeting. The way this ordinance is written, without this limiting language that we have in the state statute, you could have someone coming in here with a hidden agenda. And I know a couple of the members talk about transparency, but that is the opposite of transparency. Allowing people to walk through the door without prior notice to the public at large and submit their agenda and have a full-blown discussion is the antithesis of transparency. And the point that Attorney Angel was making is that the Attorney General has essentially taken that view that there's just too much opportunity to undermine the spirit and intent of the Open Meetings Act, which is what? Prior notice. That's why it's called open meetings. Someone walks in the door on an undocketed item and wants to talk about gun control, wants to talk about global warming. Theoretically, you could have 20 people come in, you could have a discourse with every member of the committee and literally have a meeting taking on a life of its own. So what is the point of having an agenda and a docket? Why even have it? Just let anybody walk through the door, discuss whatever they want to discuss, and have a meeting. That is what this last sentence, I believe, was designed to prevent. And again, I fully agree with Steve that I think you're going down a very perilous path. And can there be limitations placed on it? I guess there could, but I would find myself, or maybe Steve would find himself, or whoever's covering the meetings, taking on the role of referee and basically standing up and saying, hang on, guys, because at this point, you've heard from 5 witnesses, you've heard from 4 council people, 4 committee people. We are now circumventing the spirit and intent of open meetings as stated in the last sentence of the statute. So I think it's a very perilous path. It's a very slippery slope to go down.
Thank you. Solicitor, is there any other or Council President Marino?
Thank you, Council Vice President Vargas. I'm going to say a few things. One is, I think we need to be very clear to the public that the city of Cranston over the years has done a very good job at transparency. I remember going back, not just my predecessor, Councilman Poplauskas, when he was the council president, we had docketed and undocketed once a month with, public comment. Committees have public comment on agenda items as well. Even earlier predecessors, Council President Farina, Council President Lanny, Council President Garabedian, and I was in chambers with all of those former council presidents that I mentioned as a constituent, and my voice was heard. There is a need in society in general for rules and procedure, and the state has afforded that guidance. And the ACLU report that recently came out, which I have here, and I took interest in when I heard that it came out. I believe it was, I don't know if it was in January. Yeah, in January, okay? And Cranston City Council fared very well. There are other cities and towns with the city council that limits the public overall session to speak to a certain time limit. Let's say 15 minutes is what some cities and towns do. And we don't do that here. We let each person speak for 4 minutes at the full council meeting, each person, and they get a second bite on undocketed as well. And that's in fairness to the other members of the public. Again, as a member of the public, not as a council person, I recall coming into full chambers, and there are times where there are different organizations that are looking to, maybe delay things or have some other agenda besides just having their voice heard. And it's frustrating if they are able to hold the mic when other people don't get a chance. So I think we do a very good job at balancing that. As for the committees, Councilwoman Germain, you said it well. It's up to the chair of the committee. Sometimes the agenda is rather full, and we have residents, we have business owners that are coming before us, and we need to move expeditiously for their own benefit on the agenda that is prepared. And I can tell you that if I walk into a hairdressing appointment, if I walk into a meeting with someone and I'm late, I apologize, and I never have the expectation that that person is supposed to bend over for me. I always go into that with humility. And if they want to cancel, I've said it. Seriously, I have. If you want to cancel this, I understand I was late. That's on me. Okay. And we have staff that comes here for those committee meetings as well. You know, there's an opportunity to be heard at all of those meetings. If there's an urgent item, then that resident can reach out to us. If it's such urgency, we add it to the agenda as we have done here. If it's an emergency matter, and I did this as a constituent actually years ago, back in 2008. Remember, we had myself and residents went and spoke to our local council people and got the matter heard. They had special sessions you can do. You know, so we have mechanisms to do that, but we fared very well in this report. So we as a body have always practiced in a way that's transparent, and we memorialize that in our rules of procedure and our council rules, which is standard format. The other thing I think it's very important that sometimes gets lost is that our subcommittees, the commissions that the city has, those are volunteers from the community. Majority of those are unpaid. Some might be tax board of assessors, might get a small stipend. I think the rest of them, I believe, are all unpaid citizens stepping forth and volunteering their time. They have a lot of business to get through. We can't have them hold meetings where they're going to just let anybody from the public come in and speak on anything undocketed. They're not going to be able to move through their agendas, and their time is very valuable as volunteers, and they're not going to want to volunteer their time. They're making a big sacrifice, and we appreciate that. And again, this is something that has always been done, and I can say, even with respect to the commissions, I've attended those as a constituent years ago. And every time I've attended one of those meetings, the chair of those commissions was always welcoming and always let the person speak. So, you know, let's be clear, we don't have a practice of lack of transparency, and we don't have a practice of closing off the public. And I do very much value, not just as a lawyer, but as council president, the opinions of legal counsel and the solicitor. This ordinance is not something that changes anything that we do every day. We still do it well. And in fact, this ordinance would put us in jeopardy of giving a false impression to the public as to what their expectations are of different commissions and the city council going forward. We cannot speak in detail on undocketed matters with the public. And that's all I have to say this evening.
Thank you, Council President. I also have a few words. But is there any other members of the council we should to speak on this item? Okay. I agree with the council president on this particular item. I also using the caution that's been provided by our attorney this evening. And the reason also being is that we do have rules here in the city council that we obviously all voted on. And we have, as presiding officers, when I've chaired, particularly as an example that I just, for example, gave, Councilmember Papalaskis is not on this committee. But as presiding officer, I actually move forward to let him speak first because I made that determination. I didn't have to because the rules actually say that we have to make sure that people on the committee speak first, and then we can move over. And it's been the same way on the other side too. When many of us have been committee chair members, we've also kind of used our own judgment to pretty much allow members of the public to speak even beyond the 4 minutes at times. And in some cases, when there is a huge full house, we want to make sure everyone has a say. And we have said we are going to apply maybe the council rules, and it's the full 4 minutes or so. I think we've all have given everyone an opportunity to come before us and speak, whether it's on Zoom, whether it's in person, even by email, and folks have the opportunity to provide their comments as well on there. I do understand where you're coming from, Councilwoman Renzulli, on this, in terms of having folks come before us and speak on items that are on the docket, but also unrelated to the docket. But we also have that the full council meeting where folks could come before us to speak on docketed items. So it's not that we're not giving anyone that transparency or that time to come before us at all. As a abundance of caution in terms of what our legal counsel has provided us this evening, and given the fact we have rules, and I think we've given a lot of ourselves and between us the opportunity to speak multiple times, sometimes way beyond the 4 minutes or not, even as ourselves, and that courtesy and their respect, and we have those rules set forth already before us. I am going to respectfully vote against this ordinance this evening. Does any Councilmember Donegan?
I'm gonna withdraw my motion to amend.
Okay. Thank you. So that motion has been withdrawn on the line 41 through 47. I'm going to make sure that Councilmember Jermaine, I know you had an item, you wanted to say a few words. Council Renzulli, I know you're the sponsor of this as well. Councilwoman Jermaine?
Okay, thank you. So when I spoke first about this I didn't speak about the content of this. So I want to make clear, because I have to tell you, when I read that email I received because of the incident, the woman came after public comment in our meeting, after public comment was closed. And we didn't vote to allow to open. And it's our discretion. It wasn't because we do not allow public comment, but the time was over. So the procedure, so I want to make that clear. So I didn't comment on the content per se of the ordinance. As we always, that's why we have a solicitor, Council Winsley, we know it well. Based on what both solicitors say about the ordinance, and we know as a city council, we do allow public comments. I think this is not it's for us, but Solicitor Angel says it's not up to us to tell other commission or other committee how to do their meetings. That's weight a lot for me when he says that. So I would like to reiterate again, I have my question. I remember at the claim committee where the solicitor says we cannot even discuss something that is in the agenda with a resident. That's violate open act meeting. Okay, as a council, we cannot even discuss that. So I'm asking what liability we will put on us if this were to pass. Our solicitor, both of you, what liability we will have if this were to pass?
What liability?
Yes.
From if I'll defer to my colleague, if it's a knowing violation, then you will get fined. And just so you know, the body is exposed to the fine and individual members are exposed to the fine. If the council codifies, which this ordinance does not, if the council codifies what can be construed as a knowing violation, you'll all get hit with a fine. That would be my view of it, especially with this Attorney General. Willful and knowing conduct is a pretty high standard. I defer to my criminal practitioner colleague here. It's a pretty high standard. But where counsel advises you of a limit, or the law, the general statute advises you of a limit, and you exceed that limit, whatever that may be, that conduct is construed to be knowing. On one or two occasions, I've mentioned that in this chamber, and this council stopped short and heeded the warning.
very seldom have I seen that here in my time here, and I haven't seen it seldom in other places, and usually it's unintentional. But there are circumstances where, yes, we can, this body can be fined. And, you know, really what we're trying to do is to make sure that doesn't happen. You know, that's really what we're interested in. You know, on a personal level, I respect transparency in government. I believe in it. The people's business should be done in public. That's my philosophy as a lawyer representing public bodies. I can tell you that I walked into a situation one time recently where people were being appointed to different boards and commissions. Well, we do the interviews in private. I said, no, you don't. Sorry. The resumes are public, and your back and forth with the interviewee is in public. You don't do it in the back room and come out and announce your choice. That's not how this goes. Well, it's never been done that way before. I said, well, I'm sorry to tell you, you've been doing it wrong for a while. You know, didn't go over real big, but, you know, in a world where folks tune into meetings simply because they can throw in a complaint the next day, you know, you all have done a pretty good job of avoiding that. I don't want to jinx us. I'll knock with two hands. But in the time that I've sat with this council, we've not had an open meetings complaint that's risen to that level. I don't know what your memory is, Mr. Hideki.
That's true.
And so, and so you've listened. You know, the state law is there for a reason. If the state law changes and your ordinance is out of step with the state law, you've got a conflict. I might point out also, it's not just the zoning, and I'm sure I could take a survey of all state statutes on different boards and commissions, but your board of canvassers is not subject to your oversight when it comes to how they conduct their meetings. They're not. They're just not. There's a state law on that, Title 17. So, I mean, I didn't take the time to show planning. And I would, Mr. Hideki raised, not sure planning either. I would take the view, quite frankly, with the change in the Affordable Housing Act and the other changes that have been made in zoning, for example. Your planning board has, you know, to some degree supplanted what goes on at the zoning board. The zoning boards have been more or less marginalized on a lot of their prior functions. I would take the position, quite frankly, that planning's in the same boat as zoning. So it's just a caution. I know that Mr. Hideki and I had the benefit of hearing from Mr. Marcella today, who sits with zoning. I'm not here to voice his concerns, but I just happen to agree with many of his concerns. Anyway, did I answer your question?
Yeah, I would like to add one more thing, because first mistake I made when I went first time is I thought as a council, I have oversight over the school committee. So is that mean to the ordinance, we include the school committee in that? Because based on, I went to read that after I hit my head, right? So I went to read the state statute regarding the school committee. But the commission committee, is that school committee part of this, when you say of the city of Quincy?
Well, the school committee is certainly part of the town governance structure.
Yes, so is that mean it's included in that?
But they're autonomous. I mean, Mr. Wall can speak to that. He was the chair of the, you
Yeah.
know, they're autonomous. They, you know, I mean, your interaction with them is, I won't say it's limited, but you do not have oversight of
Yeah.
how school department affairs, school committee, or how they conduct their affairs. You certainly have.
So if we pass an ordinance, solicitor, so this ordinance will not impact the school committee?
If I represented the school committee, I wouldn't care what this ordinance says, because I'm not going to follow it. Take me to court. We're autonomous. I know I can, you know, Mr.
Okay.
I beg your pardon.
Okay, one more.
Joe Balducci
Yes,
sitting.
one more question I have, like one thing when I read that. So you already go over with, but to Council Wenzuli, I think this idea to have back and forth with someone who come to responding to this person, is very, very slippery hole. It's a slippery, slope. Because you might say something and this person use it against white. That can happen. So I have to say right now, based on what solicitor both have stated, and based on my understanding of that particular second paragraph, so I will not be able to support this the way it is. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman Jermaine. You spoke just a few minutes ago. Do you mind if I'm gonna just actually go to Councilman Campabiano because he hasn't spoken yet, and I think you had your hand up, and then go to the.
Thank you, Council Vice President. Again, I commend Councilwoman Renzulli for bringing this forward, and I am all for transparency in how long it takes here, because the people need to be heard. We're here for the people. So I don't want to see this die the same way I didn't want to see Councilwoman Jermaine's or ordinance die. So I want to make a motion to continue this so it can be tweaked and done right.
I second the motion.
There's a motion, there's a second. Any discussion on the on the continuation? So President Moreno?
I just want to make clear, given what the solicitors have said and given that we already do this, and we already have memorialized it, I don't see the need to continue it. I think that the ordinance is superfluous. And again, we're already practicing in transparency, and we already get a very good score from the ACLU in compliance. So I will not be in favor of continuing it, and I'm not in favor of the ordinance this evening. Thank you.
Thank you. Woman.
Whatever happens with this, I just want to make known that this was to bring in the other committees under us. If we are not allowed to have jurisdiction over zoning, then fine. There's a similar ordinance in Cumberland that does not exempt zoning, so I'll just point that out. As far as planning goes, now planning came up. I'm not a lawyer, so I guess I'm at a disadvantage here. But we put in an ordinance telling planning that they needed to record all their meetings. So I thought that I don't understand the difference there, but again, I'm not a lawyer. I'm sure there is a difference, but if we don't have jurisdiction over zoning, I mean, fine. If we don't have jurisdiction over planning, I don't understand how we passed that, and no one ever brought that up. In having discussions with attorneys about this, nobody brought up the zoning or the planning thing, so I'm sorry, because I would have removed it at the time before I submitted it. Again, I'm not an attorney. As far as the second part of this, I would have been perfectly fine with Councilman Donegan's amendment. If we're saying there's a part of the state law that not including it changes how this is interpreted, that's fine. I understand that. I do not think it is wrong to have public comment, docketed or undocketed, at committee level meetings. Essentially, at the same way that you're saying people could come in with an agenda, you can have an agenda by not putting things on an agenda that people in the public want to discuss. We are not forced to do so. And if we are already doing this, I don't know why codifying it so that it has to be done. We could be doing it today and not be doing it tomorrow because it's a choice. And it could not be done 5 years from now. If we make it a law and we're saying the practice is good, but let's just not pass this ordinance, I don't understand that. So if you don't want to vote for it, don't vote for it. It's fine. To bring this forward to codify what we're already doing. And there are city councils, there's 4 of them, that don't have public comment at all. And I just pointing that out because Attorney Angel said no one doesn't do that. In general, I think this is just creating more transparency. I'm not saying that we don't do it. I obviously know what we do. I come here and sit here. So by expanding on that, I don't get the problem. Thank you.
Councilmember Paplaskas.
Yeah, I just want to say one more thing. Thank you for letting me speak, Chair. When I was going through the packet of stuff that we were going to do tonight the other day, I really didn't think this ordinance was going to be an issue because we already do it. I figured everybody would co-sponsor it and it would get passed. I really didn't think this was going to happen this way tonight with this ordinance. I looked at this ordinance as putting the welcome mat out to the residents of Cranston to come here and, express their views and their needs to us. We already do it, so why don't we just make it law? Doesn't make any sense to me, so I don't have a vote tonight, so I won't get to vote on this because it looks like it's not going to make it to the full council, but if it made it to the full council, I would have been a co-sponsor, and thank you for your work, Councilwoman Rizzuli.
All right, any further discussion on the continuation, which is the motion that's on the floor right now? So none, to the clerk, can you please take a roll on the continuation of this ordinance?
Councilwoman Renzulli,
Yes.
Councilman Ferry,
No.
Councilman Donegan, Councilman Campiano,
Yes.
Councilman Wall,
No.
Councilwoman Jermaine,
Yes.
Council Vice President Vargas,
No.
Council President Marino.
No.
Okay, now we are voting on the act. Pass, sorry.
Failed on a
Correct?
tie vote.
Failed, correct?
Tie vote.
Now we are voting on the actual ordinance in itself. Is there? Through the clerk, can you please take the roll? Sorry, I'm sorry. So the clerk can take the roll, could she not? Okay, I'm sorry, that's what I had, thought I had said that.
Councilwoman
You-
Renzulli,
Yes.
Councilman Ferry,
No.
Councilman Donegan,
The motion is to approve, correct?
yes.
No.
Councilman Campiano,
Yes.
Councilman Wall,
No.
Councilwoman Jermaine,
No.
Council Vice President Vargas,
No.
Council President Marino.
No.
Thank you. On to the next. I just want to make a note, as we heard earlier, there are two ordinances that were on the docket this evening. That was 2-24-0. Sorry, 2. And that 2-24-03. They had a Scrivener errors. This will be continued to the next ordinance committee meeting. And everything else that goes with it is actually done in a timely fashion. And so I'm moving on to the next item. That is 2-24-04. That is ordinance and amendment of Title 17 zoning, Section 17.120.020 of the City of Cranston, 2005, entitled Procedure for Adoption or Amendment. This is sponsored by Council President Marino. Is there a motion to approve?
Motion to approve.
Second.
For discussion, President Marino?
Thank you, Council Vice President Vargas. This ordinance this evening is just a simple change. The city clerk, Tracy Nelson, brought forth this issue, and the point of this amendment is just to make this in line with what the ordinance should properly say. She had spoken to and was privy to the communications and consultation with the solicitors who recommended that we move forward with this amendment this evening, and it's as simple as that. Thank you.
Thank you, Council President. Is there any discussion on this ordinance before us this evening? Hearing none, to the clerk, can you please take a roll call?
Councilwoman Renzulli,
Yes.
Councilman Ferry.
Yes.
Councilman Donegan, Councilman Campiano.
Yes.
Councilman Wall,
Yes.
Councilwoman Jermaine,
Yes.
Council Vice President Vargas.
Yes.
Council President Marino.
Yes.
Moving on to the next item, this is the last item for the ordinance committee meeting. That is 2-24-05, Ordinance amendment of Chapter 3.08 of the City of Cranston, 2005, entitled Board of Contract and Purchases, is sponsored by Council President Marino. Is there a motion to approve?
Motion to approve.
All right, approval, second discussion, Council President.
Thank you. This ordinance, similarly to the previous ordinance, is a housekeeping measure with the advice of the city clerk, Tracy Nelson, in consultation with the solicitors. We're looking to make these changes to be consistent with what the ordinance should actually read and what the practice that we actually implement. Thanks.
Thank you. Any further discussion at all on this ordinance? All right. Seeing none, to the clerk, can you please take the roll?
Councilwoman Renzulli,
Yes.
Councilman Ferry.
Yes.
Councilman Donegan, Councilman Campiano,
Yes.
Councilman Wall,
Yes.
Councilwoman Jermaine,
Yes.
Council Vice President Vargas,
Yes.
Council President Marino.
Yes.
All right, thank you. Is there a
Motion
motion?
to adjourn.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Ayes have it. Meeting adjourned.
Can we have a 3-minute break?
I believe there's a meeting happening for the city council, special council meeting, right? Is there a special city council meeting?
Welcome to the special meeting of the Cranston City Council for this evening, Thursday, March 14th. At this time, clerk, if you can please take the roll.
Councilman Ferry,
Present.
Councilwoman Renzulli,
Here.
Councilwoman Jermaine,
Present.
Councilman Donegan, Councilman Campiano,
Present.
Councilman Paplaskas.
Here.
Councilman Wall,
Here.
Council Vice President Vargas,
Present.
Council President Marino.
Present. Next on the agenda, we have a public comment. If there's anyone in chambers that wishes to be heard on any docketed matters, and if there's anyone on Zoom that wishes to be heard on any docketed matters, please keep your comments limited to 4 minutes, and please state your name and address for the record. Is there anyone in chambers that wishes to be heard on any docketed matters? Okay, there being no one, Tom, is there anyone on Zoom with a reminder of, what's it, *9?
Well, I see no public comment.
Okay. At this time, public comment is now closed. We do have introduction of new business. We have a resolution ordering the special referendum election to be held on June 4th, just setting the date. And that's sponsored by myself and Council Vice President Vargas. This is to be referred to a special finance committee meeting to be held on March 25th. Do I have a motion?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Any discussion? There being none, clerk, please take the roll.
Councilman Ferry,
Yes.
Councilwoman Renzulli,
Yes.
Councilwoman Jermaine,
Yes.
Councilman Campiano,
Yes.
Councilman Paplaskas,
Yes.
Councilman Wall,
Yes.
Council Vice President Vargas.
Yes.
Council President Marino.
Yes. Before we hear from the very patient representatives with respect to the audit, I just want to make note for the record that our council auditor is on the meeting this evening. He could not attend in chambers, but he is on Zoom. Okay. And at this time, we would welcome the associates or partners from Markham relative to the presentation for the annual budget, excuse me, the annual audit for fiscal year ending June 2023.
Good evening. My name is Jim Wilkinson. I'm a partner with Markham LLP. My partner Erica Olobri is also present tonight. We jointly partnered the audit engagement for the city of Cranston for the past year. I know we have a brief presentation and a few slides to go through with some overall results.
I'm sorry, is it Mr. Wilkinson?
Yes.
I just ask if you get that mic as close as you can to you as you're speaking to be sure that
Sure.
it's heard. Thank you.
We can advance to the next slide. One more. There we go. We're pleased to report that we did issue our opinion on the city's financial statements. That was issued on February 29th. It was filed with the State Auditor General's office on that day. And I know through emails, there were a lot of collective amens that the engagement was completed and issued. Overall results, our auditor's opinion was unmodified. It was a clean opinion stating that we believe that the financial statements are presented in accordance with generally accepted accounting principles applicable to governments. The package that was issued is in the form of an comprehensive annual financial report. It includes a number of sections. There's an introductory section that's, again, prepared by management. We do not opine on that. There is a section of required supplementary information. There's also supplementary information that's further details that are extracted from the overall financial statements. Our report did include an emphasis of matter paragraph that relates to the implementation of Governmental Accounting Standards Board Statement number 96. That statement requires the accounting for subscription-based IT agreements similar to leases, showing an obligation for that over time, as well as the right to use that software. That was implemented by the city during the fiscal year. Our report also references a report issued in accordance with government auditing standards on compliance with laws and regulations. That report will be issued when we complete our examination of the Federal Uniform Guidance Programs, which is in progress right now and is scheduled to be completed by the end of the month. At that point in time, we'd be happy to come back to the City Council and discuss any findings from that audit, again, the compliance of federal programs. Also, within the financial statements, page 46 notes the new standards that will be effective in future years. There are none as significant as leases or subscription-based IT agreements. There are changes with disclosures of risks. There are some changes with accounting for compensated absences that are coming down the pike, as well as error corrections. But again, nothing as significant as has been implemented the past 2 years in the city's financial statements. I'll turn it over to Erica right now to discuss specific operating results for the city general fund as well as the school department fund.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. Can everyone hear me? Okay, perfect. All right, so on the next slide, we're going to go over the city general fund figures. So these are as of June 30th, 2023. Just to note in your financial package, you know, I know you look at things on a budgetary basis, but GAAP reporting requires certain funds roll in to the general fund. So when you look at budgetary basis versus the GAAP basis, expense and loss, there's a slight difference, and that's because of the funds that roll in for the GAAP purpose. And that would be the generally accepted accounting principles. So as of June 30th, the total assets are about 55.8 million. Your total liabilities on your governmental fund is about 21.4. The total deferred inflows are 36.3. A lot of that relates to advanced tax collections for the next period. The total fund balance is 19.5 million. Categorized non-spendable is about 207,000. You have committed funds of 696,000. Your unassigned fund balance is about 18.6 million. So that represents about 5.6% of your general fund expenditures for the year. You want to look at having unassigned of approximately 2 to 3 months of expenditures, which would be about 15 to 25% of that total expenditure number. So on the next slide, this goes over your total revenues and your total expenditures for the year ended June 30th. So looking at your total revenues, which was about 257.1 million, the significant categories include obviously the taxes, which is 183.7 million. You have some intergovernmental revenues, you know, that's fines, things like that. Those are 35.6 million. You had 19.4 million of your federal American Rescue funds recognized this year. So that was in your financials. And then you also have about 14.6 million in charges for services from other departments. On the total expenditure line, you're looking at 154 million, which includes 15.5 for general government costs. You have public safety, police and fire, which is 19.2 million. You have public works of 18.1 million. And then your debt service is 11.7 million for this year. Again, there's a transfer to the school department every year that's approved. That's about 98.5 million. So you show the out on the general fund for the city, and that's shown as an increase to the school fund, which we'll go over. So overall, from a general fund perspective on a GAAP basis, you're looking at an increase in fund balance, and this is on page 34 of your report if you're following along. So that's an increase of 4.6 million. So again, page 123, your report will give you details on what the difference is from the budgetary basis to the GAAP basis would be. So on a budgetary basis, the city budget looks, that's on page 121 of your financial report. So you had budgeted revenues of about 332.8 million. You came in with actual revenues of 335.7 million. Your budgeted expenses were 332.8 million, and your actual came in at 331.6. So overall, a $4.1 million increase on the budgetary basis. So those are the city general fund results for the year. The next one we'll go over is the school fund. So overall, the school fund as of June 30th, 2023. So the assets are about 13.9 million. The liabilities are 6.6 million. And the fund balance is 7.3 million as of year end. So non-spendable, you have about 4.2 million in there. There's some deposits and things that are, considered non-spendable at year end. And then restricted for education going forward is 3 million. And then you have a small amount committed. And on the next slide, we'll go over the revenues and the expenses for the school general fund. So you had total revenues of 85.9 million, which includes about 74 million in intergovernmental funds coming in, 1.8 million in charges for services. You also have an on behalf pension contribution from the state, so $10 million. And then you overall see that 98.5 million transferred in from the city. So again, you'll see all these details on page 34 of the report. So overall, this is on a GAAP basis with the total expenditures. Okay, there we go. Can you hear me now? All right. So on the next slide, it talks about the budget to actual for the school. So that's going to be on 122 of the financial report. So it goes over the budgeted revenues, the transfer from the city that we spoke about, and then also a small amount of transfers from other funds. So overall, on a budgetary basis, there was a $255,000 increase for the school. So on the next few slides, if you go to the other funds. So again, we like to point out the other funds as of June 30th. So the sewer fund is showing a net position of 75.9 million. There's a large amount invested in capital assets. You have some restricted for debt service and then an unrestricted balance of 25 million. Overall, this increase for the year in that fund was about 5.5 million. And when you look at the enterprise funds, there's two that are categorized as non-majors this year. That would be school lunch and the ice rink. So overall, the school lunch decreased on their net position 442,000, and the ice rink was about break even. It had an increase of 11,000. So overall, the change in the net position for those non-majors was a decrease of the 431. And then we just want to point out there are internal service funds on the city and the school. So the net position on the city was about $1 million as of June 30th. So there wasn't a flux of revenue that came in from the general fund of which brought the increase of that fund to $8 million to cover the deficit from the prior year. And then the school this year has a deficit of 1.3 million. And then overall, they had a decrease for the year of 2.8 million. And I mean, Joe's working on that with, working rate increases and covering that in the next few years. The next few slides go over just information for all of you on, we're always looking at the general funds on both the school and the city side, just to be aware of the pension plans and the OPEB plans that are out there for the city. There are a number of them for the city and the school. So this one here just shows your funding status, and this is on the city's own plan for police and fire. So overall, as of this year, you're 24.69% funded. That's what the report is as of the end of this year. So the liability for this plan on the next slide is about 221 million. So just to know, over the past 10 fiscal years, you have made your annual required contribution. So you are making the required contribution that you need to for the plans. So this is all reported in your required supplementary information. So there is a lot of detail in the report that you can see the past 10 years of information. So going forward onto the next slide, it goes into, this is the mayor's pension plan, which is, there's a few different pieces of it. So you have a general plan, a police plan, and a fire plan. Two of them are in a liability situation, and the fire plan has a net pension asset. And just, so you, know, pension plans, obviously, it really depends on the investment performance and the assumptions that are built into it, and that is how the, liability or the asset is calculated. So it can change from year to year. And your annual required contribution has consistently been made on all of these plans that we're discussing. So on the next slide, we talk about the ERS plan, which is for the school. That net pension liability is about 124.7 million. And again, the consistent payment of the contribution that's required has been made. And then you have the next one, which is your teacher survivor benefit pension plan. And that is in an asset position right now. So that's 28.9 million. And just for your knowledge, all of the state plans are basically, there are actuary reports done on an annual basis. And those assets and liabilities are always a year behind just based on the timing of when the state reports their liabilities. So that's consistent on all the state plans. They would all be reported 7/1/22 versus your internal plans being 7/1/23. And then the next slide goes over, this is the other pension employment benefits. So the liabilities for the city plan and the school plan. And then just to note that your annual required contribution has been being made over the past 10 years. And that is the financial statements in a nutshell. There is a lot of information in the 200-page report that you have. I don't know if there's any questions. I was going to go over the required communications with you all just to give you an idea of how the audit was conducted and the things you'll see in the notes. So again, with the auditor's responsibilities and the management responsibilities, you can get a very good summary of what management is required to do for an audit and what we're required to do for an audit. And that is all on page 10 of the auditor's report. So if you read through that, it gives you a really good understanding of what we're both required to do. Accounting policies for the city are all laid out in pages 43 to 53 of your annual financial report. Some of the accounting estimates, just to keep in mind with any financial statement, there are accounting estimates. So in your financials, some of the big ones would be the allowance for doubtful accounts. The OPEB has a lot of assumptions built into it. The pension liabilities also have a lot of assumptions built into it. The useful life of fixed assets when you're putting capital assets on the books. So those are just some accounting estimates, and those are disclosed in your notes as well. We also have some significant disclosures. I mean, if you went through that 200-page report, there is a number of pages on pension and OPEB. So those are really significant disclosures and how those numbers are arrived at. We like to let you know, those charged with governance, that we are independent of the city and the school. So that's something we're required to let you know. During the audit process, we got everything we needed. There were a few lingering items that kind of stalled the audit at the end. We finally got those and concluded upon the issuance date in February. So for corrected and uncorrected misstatements, so whenever we have a past adjustment, we would have to bring it to your attention. So for the city, all the adjustments were made and posted into the accounts. On the school, there are 2 past adjustments that we have, management signed off on those. Those relate to school lunch commodities and accrued payroll. So those are just some past adjustments that were under materiality that we brought to management attention, and they decided not to record those. During the course of the audit, there were no disagreements with management. We get the management representation letter the same date as the report. And to our knowledge, there's no other consultations with other CPA firms on the treatment of any accounting items in the report. In the last slide, we'll go over, these are the findings we have so far. The preparation of the CFA is a continued finding that was reported for the last few years. The segregation of duties, I know there's been a change in staffing in the city. So that needs to be looked at and maybe reassess who's doing what, and then who's actually reviewing things and making sure that's documented. And then the financial reporting package, providing city council, just documenting that review before it's coming to you, making sure that there's a few sets of eyes on it before it comes to city council, and that anything could be corrected or, discussed beforehand. From an IT perspective, user rights and review. So when we looked at this, there was an employee who was terminated prior to year end, and they still had access to the admins as of the date of the audit, which admins is the general ledger system. So that's just something to make sure that you're reviewing on a regular basis and making sure the right people have access to the system.
These are highly summarized. They'll be.
Yeah. And just to give you an idea, we are in the midst of doing all the uniform guidance testing, with hopes for the 3/31 deadline. So we are in the discussion with the school and the city. I think there was a total of $50 million of total federal money, and we had 4 programs that had to be tested, 1 on the city, 3 on the school. So we're in the process of doing that testing as well.
Thank you, Ms. Solibri. Thank you, Mr. Wilkinson. Had a couple of questions. I believe you mentioned that the final component is dealing with the federal guidance compliance, and that would be done at the end of the month, and you'd be willing to come back before the council. We have our monthly council meeting on March 25th. Would that work, or would we have to do it at a date after that?
I believe to be safe, we would schedule it the next one after that. Again, the deadline is March 31st, and we could go right up to that March 31st deadline, so I wouldn't want to have it on the agenda and not be able to fulfill.
Understood. Okay, so then we'll be in touch about an April date that will work then. The other thing, I just had a few things. One is just going back to the findings. I couldn't hear what you had said, Mr. Wilkinson, because you were off mic about that, some of that information.
The overall findings,
Yes.
and again, when the engagement is complete with the single audit, if there are any findings there, this is a very brief overview. They will be delineated out in detail with a specific set of recommendations. We'll also be discussing that with management. They will put their response or corrective action plan right within that document as well. So it will
Okay.
close the loop on the process.
Okay, and will that be something that we would be privy to?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay, thank you, because I have to say, that's, I appreciate you doing your due diligence and alerting to those issues, that there's only one individual who was, handling those functions, and it's your recommendation, which I understand, I assume standard practice then, that there be more than one person doing that, correct?
Correct,
Yep.
but we are seeing that in a lot of our governmental clients where staffing is
An issue.
critical.
Yeah.
And it's.
Yep, so it clearly was the intention, it's just, the short-staffed. And then the other piece on there is just the term, someone who's no longer employed here and yet has access. I hope that that's been remedied soon, so. The other thing I just wanted to ask you is, while I see for the fiscal year, there's a balance, a surplus of the 4 million, but we in fact, as a city, utilized 19 million in that year, if I'm not mistaken, 7 million for the one-time expense for the internal service fund, and then 12 million towards the actual operating budget, the general budget. So technically, it's not exactly the greatest news, because without that ARPA funding going forward, we'd have to make up $7 million in revenue for that operating to be break even based on those numbers, basically. Is that fair to say?
Correct. I mean, we are dealing, with a lot of clients right now who are looking at the expiration of those one-time revenues and looking at their, multi-year budgeting projections and seeing where they're going to fall out with that to ensure that, to the extent that ARPA funding was spent on one-time items, first responders, infrastructure, those types of things, I think, governments have operated pretty healthy through the pandemic, but the test will really come in the next 2 to 3 years when that funding is completely exhausted and what changes will be made either on the revenue side or expenditure side to balance the books.
Yeah. This is not so much for you, but just or directed towards the administration, Mr. Zadelis. I recall in at least last year, the issue came up about centralizing the reporting to you with respect to the federal grants and the federal funds, like the departments, rather than being segregated. And if I recall correctly, you had said based on your past experience from working in Worcester, that that's what was done. It was more centralized and that you were looking to implement that going forward. But yet here we are, and I'm not seeing that that has necessarily occurred. So I'm just wondering where we are with that.
Council President, that's on, during the course of this fiscal year, the administration had a meeting with all the departments. Is coming into us from all departments on grants. I mean, one of the first steps was, I believe, this council asked for the master sheet of all grants, which we're maintaining. Hopefully for this fiscal year, we will have segregated accounts for all grants so we can see what the actual expenditures in lieu of running them through the general fund. So yes, major changes are being put in place for fiscal 24.
As a separate, it's tangentially related, but is related to the finances and the audit. Is my understanding, it could be wrong, there've been changes and modifications, but does the U.S. Treasury require quarterly reporting from us due to our direct receipt of the ARPA funds, or am I mistaken in that?
Madam Council President, you are correct.
Okay, right. Maybe we'll have a little further discussion with that in finance. All right, thank you. I don't have any further questions for you, but other council members may. So I appreciate you hanging on a little bit longer.
Sure, not a problem.
Thank you.
I'll be quick. Just 3 things, because that went kind of fast, and I was trying to really pay
We heard that
attention.
4-minute thing. We really felt like
Right.
under the guns.
Our debt service currently is 11.7 million.
That was what the expenditures last year were, correct?
Okay, that's our debt service. So the second thing is, did you say that with the pension, we will be facing a need to substantially increase our contribution over the next couple of years?
No.
That wasn't said. Okay, all right.
No.
What was said? Okay. All right, so we don't have to substantially increase that over the next couple of years then? Okay. Well, that's good news.
Correct. The assumptions that go into the pension are really, the actuaries look at what the projected outflows are going to be, what the assets are, and then they base their contribution on that. Similar to retiring a mortgage over a 30-year period, you made all the mortgage payments. That's
Okay.
the comment that was stated.
All right.
The balance is still there, but the plan is in place to.
And the last thing would be, we have a plus $4 million balance. It's not necessarily a surplus because we plugged the $19 million of COVID money in. So it's not necessarily a surplus.
You had an increase in fund balance of 4.1.
Yeah.
Right. It was not totally general.
Right. So if we didn't have the ARPA funds, that would be a negative number.
Correct. Or,
All right.
and again, some of those one-time expenditures may not have happened either, right? I mean, the internal service fund, they may not have been funded. You can't look at one without the other.
So we shouldn't go around touting that we have a $4 million surplus.
No, I guess I would characterize it as you're healthier than you were the year before, but there's always work to be done to
Okay.
keep on that track.
Thank you.
Any other council members before I bring on the council order? Nope. Okay. Councilwoman Renzulli.
Thank you. I'm sorry to repeat the question, but so it is inaccurate to say that we have a $4 million surplus? That is not an accurate statement?
No, that's an accurate statement.
Thank you.
Okay. Council Vice President Vargas, yep.
I just had a quick question on the school side. Had mentioned like the lunches, that was on there. I missed the page that was on. If you happen to have that handy, that would be greatly appreciated.
That is not
trying to-
totally unexpected with municipalities recently. During the pandemic, lunch funds typically generated surpluses. The federal guidelines allow those funds to maintain 3 months of working capital. And to the extent most of the funds were above that, there was a plan in place to reduce revenue to whittle that back down. So having a reduction in net assets in those funds in last year, probably the current year, is not unusual. The fund still has positive fund balance.
Some funding in there is just, we're not in the negative. Is that what it is? Because I'm
Right,
just
you
trying
had a large accumulated balance from 22. Some of that was spent down, but the fund is still in a positive position. Yep. Page number on that?
Yeah, no, I'm just trying to understand that, because oftentimes, like, there's emails that will circulate, there's parents who have not paid either because they never fill out the application, they might qualify for assistance, or not. And then I'm trying to figure out what the negative, if we are in the negative on that in terms of where we are. My reasoning for that is really just because I'm trying to understand that dollar amount, and get an understanding on a proposed legislation that has to do with school lunches that's at the House right now.
It's on page 148 of the financial statements. The revenue in the fund was just under $4.1 million for the year. Expenditures were 4.5, so there was a reduction in net assets of 442,000. But the fund began the year with positive net position of 2.6 million. So if we look at the 1/3 of expenditures, you know, the federal guidelines would say that maybe that net asset position should be no more than like $1.2 million. So planned reductions in that year by year, and we can let Mr. Balducci also speak, since they're his numbers, not mine.
If I could add to that, yes, we did run a $440,000 deficit last year. Uncollected lunch debt owed to the school district was $310,000. So clearly that had an impact on how we ran our operations last year. However, we're beginning to turn the tide. I can tell you that as of this past week, our outstanding debt for the current year is approximately $150,000. If I was standing before you here last year at this time, I'd be telling you it would be approaching $300,000. So yes, it did have a negative impact. One of the other things that contributed to the deficit last year, there is something in accounting terms called depreciation. The food service fund is an enterprise fund. We have been successful in using prior year surplus to renovate our kitchen sites, our food service sites at each of the high schools. So we're spending upwards around $800,000 as an example. So when you spend those kind of dollars improving assets, you depreciate that asset over time. So that just has a negative impact on your operations. It's not, it's a paper entry, as I refer to it from accounting terms, but it does have an impact on your bottom line. So I'm not sure if that answered your question.
Sorry, yes, it does. Thank you for that. I had one other question, if I may, that is trying to wordsmith this, but it has to do with our, like, our health insurance pretty much right now, right? Folks are retiring, and as they're retiring, I assume as well, they're still part of, some of them are part of our insurance, right? With the insurance premiums continuously increasing, are we seeing that number is just increasing the dollar amount in terms of the health insurance that we're carrying?
I mean, when Erica mentioned the OPEB plan, that's other
Correct.
post-employment benefits, that's largely retiree healthcare. There is a liability recorded in the financial statements that, again, is actuarially computed. That's probably the most significant set of estimates and assumptions that go into that, because they're projecting a healthcare rate for the rest of, you know, projected time for retirees.
Right.
It's not required to be funded. It's not required to be, you know, prepaid like a pension is, but the liability is out there. I think it's, I guess people will call it, call it a ticking time bomb because they really don't know what that bill is going to be. There's an estimate of that liability now. And I think the standard is too early to tell whether the liability that's getting recorded actuarially is really all that accurate. We deal with the best, the best information we can, but until there's more history and, I don't think there are many experienced studies that are being done on those plans year over year to determine how precise that estimate is.
Okay.
Probably didn't answer the question, but
Yeah. Maybe to our finance director, what bond rating are we at? Are we AA? We are AA, right? Okay. Would the numbers that we have on here and based on the debt that we carry and everything else, if we borrow, do we borrow in May usually as well here? We tend to borrow, is August? Okay. Where do you foresee us eventually moving down the line? How far are we from acquiring a AAA bond versus a AA where we are now?
I guess I have to qualify. I'm not a bond rating agency, so that they put a lot of things into that. Certainly the general fund balance is on a trend of increasing. The bond rating agencies, typically the presentations I've seen recently, they're recommending that rule of thumb of 2 to 3 months of expenditures and fund balance. You're not there yet, but certainly your undesignated fund balance or unassigned has increased significantly. When I look at the statistical section that's part of the annual comprehensive financial report, the debt service as a percentage of expenditures is not exorbitant. Tax collection rates are healthy. The funds largely stay within budgets. There are no, recurring deficits. The pension liabilities are out there, but you're funding those in accordance with the actuary's recommendations.
Okay.
I guess there's always room for concern, but I wouldn't be overly concerned from an auditor looking at the health of the financial statements.
My last question is, so is there anything concerning that perhaps you would say, this is something to monitor, this is something to keep an eye out on as we move forward into the budget season?
And my default's kind of everything. The pension funding at 27, 28%, you'd always like to see that higher. But again, there's a plan in place. Again, like we're discussing with a lot of our clients now, the impending exhaustion of the ARPA funds. What does that do? So we've got some communities that are doing more internal audits, dealing with efficiencies and practices and looking at risk management a little more comprehensively than they have in the past. Some are looking at multi-year budgeting, going beyond some of the, I know the state requires 5-year projections and stuff like that, but doing much more granular at that level. There's a lot of ideas and solutions out there, but.
Thank you. Yeah, I think a lot of municipalities are probably going to, if not already feeling that ARPA cliff,
Yeah,
which is what I call it, or in some schools to
Across the
be at
board,
their.
they're concerned.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
Thank you, Council Vice President Vargas. All council members, all set? Councilman
I
Paplaskas.
just have comments. You want me to say them now or just?
You can say, yeah, that's fine. Yeah.
Okay, so a couple comments. I know the ARC has been brought up a lot tonight. I remember when that plan went in place, we have to continue to pay that ARC so we can keep those city pensions funded. You see that balance start to grow. Extremely important. I hope this council, years down the road, never, ever skimps on that. They have to pay it. No question about it. I think the bond rating agencies, Councilwoman Vargas, you brought that up, are going to be extremely happy with this audit. It's one of the best audits I've ever seen, honestly. And, the rainy day fund is back at the charter requirement, over 5%, which is huge. And that's my biggest takeaway from this, being someone that really likes the city charter. I know I'm a nerd, but I'm really happy with that. So that's all I got for my comments. Oh, happy birthday, Anthony Moretti, our resident CPA. Sorry. So happy birthday. Thanks for spending it with us.
Right. Thank you. Thank Paplaskas. And last but not least, Auditor DeMayo.
Thank you, Council President. Just to expound on what came up with reference to the ARPA funds, The funding was 19.4 million in last year's budget. 7 million of that was a one-time funding, which went to the Internal Service Fund. And just to bring to the council's attention that now the Internal Service Fund, which was roughly negative 6.7 million last year, has a positive position of $1 million. So the funding of that has brought it in line and is now put it in a position. The concern just would be going forward is that to monitor what is left in the opera funds and what's going to be utilized going forward. That would be the biggest concern. Thank you.
Thank you, Auditor DeMayo. Once again, thank you to you, Mr. Wilkinson and Ms. Olibri. We'll see you soon enough in early April. And I would, again, I am concerned that, you know, while we have $4 million, was someone else's money, basically. It was federal money that we're not going to have on a continual basis to the tune of $12 million. We'll be looking forward to this upcoming budget season. Thank you.
Thank you.
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
We do.
Oh, sorry.
That's okay. Can you withdraw your motion to adjourn?
I withdraw my motion to adjourn.
Yep. And at this time, I'll entertain a motion to accept the audit into the record.
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? Yep. There being none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, say nay. Okay, ayes have it. And at this time,
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
all right, all those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? No, good evening.